Greetings, warriors and dreamers. Welcome to the realms of sleep, where tonight we journey through the epic world of God of War. I am your guide through the 9 realms, where ancient gods whisper their secrets and mythic landscapes unfold before us. From the frost-covered mountains of Midgard to the golden halls of Asgard, these tales of gods and giants will carry you into peaceful slumber. Lay down your weapons, rest your weary head, and allow the legends of these powerful beings to become the landscape of your dreams. The battles have been fought, and now is the time for rest. So close your eyes, brave one. Let the fire of the hearth warm you as we begin our journey through realms both wondrous and dangerous. The journey into Helheim was never to be undertaken lightly. Even for those who had traversed its frigid expanses before, the realm of the dead exacted its toll, not merely in physical discomfort, but in the weight of memory that seemed to grow heavier with each step across its frozen terrain. Kratos knew this burden well, had felt it settle across his shoulders like familiar armor during previous ventures into this bleakest of realms. "Are you certain of this information?" he asked, his deep voice barely carrying through the perpetual wind that swept across Helheim's outer reaches. The question was directed not at Atreus, who walked silently beside him, but at the severed head secured at his belt. "As certain as one can be about anything involving the dead, brother," Mimir replied, his single eye narrowing against the swirling snow. "The relic of resonant warmth is not merely legend. Several accounts confirm its existence. A creation of ancient Vanir magic designed to temporarily alleviate Helheim's pervasive cold, both physical and spiritual. And its purpose?" Kratos pressed, maintaining his steady pace along the narrow bridge that would lead them deeper into the realm of the dead. "Complicated," Mimir admitted. "Some accounts suggest it was created as an act of mercy, a means for the living to communicate more clearly with the recently deceased during sanctioned visitations. Others hint at less altruistic motives, a tool for extracting information from souls not yet fully resigned to their fate." Atreus, who had been unusually quiet since their arrival in Helheim, finally spoke. "But it creates warmth, even here?" The boy's breath crystallized before him, each exhalation briefly visible before dissipating into the perpetual mist. "A specific kind of warmth," Mimir clarified. "Not merely physical comfort, though that appears to be one effect, but a warming of perception, clarity amid Helheim's deliberately confusing influences. It allows genuine memory to surface more readily than the twisted reflections this realm typically enforces." They continued their advance across Helheim's outer boundaries, leaving the bridge behind for a winding path that descended between towering walls of ancient ice. Within these frozen barriers, indistinct shapes could occasionally be glimpsed, the preserved memories of beings and events trapped within Helheim's glacial embrace. Neither Kratos nor Atreus allowed their attention to linger on these shadowy impressions. They had learned through bitter experience that to focus too intently on Helheim's frozen tableaus was to risk becoming entranced by their hypnotic suggestion. The path narrowed further as they progressed, eventually leading to a stone archway carved with runes so ancient that even Mimir expressed uncertainty about their precise meaning. "Ceremonial boundaries," the head suggested after studying the markings. "This entrance was designed for formal passage, not casual traversal. Those who established the original pathways through Helheim intended this route for specific ritual purposes." Kratos considered this information briefly before proceeding through the archway, Atreus following close behind. The change was immediately perceptible. The howling wind that had accompanied their journey thus far subsided to a whisper. The swirling snow reduced to occasional flakes that drifted lazily through air grown suddenly, impossibly still. Most noticeable, however, was the sound, or rather sounds, that now reached them in the relative quiet. Distant voices carried on the still air, too faint for words to be distinguished but clearly human in origin. These whispers seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously, creating an effect like standing in a vast invisible crowd where everyone spoke just below the threshold of comprehension. The courtyard of lingering utterance, Mimir identified, his tone suggesting recognition of something previously known only through lore. I suspected as much from the runic markers, but confirmation is always welcome. We found the location described in the accounts. Atreus tilted his head slightly, listening intently to the whispered voices. "What are they saying?" he asked, taking an unconscious step toward a particularly concentrated source of sound. "Nothing meant for us," Kratos responded firmly, placing a restraining hand on his son's shoulder. "Remember why we have come." The boy nodded, though reluctance was evident in his posture. "The relic," he acknowledged, "to help with the barrier weakening in Midgard." With careful steps, they proceeded down a short flight of stairs that led from the archway into the courtyard proper. The space opened before them, a vast enclosure surrounded by high walls of dark stone veined with ice. The ground consisted of intricately patterned tiles, their original designs now barely visible beneath layers of frost that had accumulated over countless years. What commanded immediate attention, however, were the statues. Dozens of them arranged throughout the courtyard in poses suggesting arrested movement. Unlike the carefully crafted monuments one might find in Asgardian halls or mortal temples, these figures appeared to have formed naturally, as if living beings had simply frozen in place while going about ordinary activities. "Not statues," Mimir observed quietly, "shades who lingered too long in one place, eventually becoming part of Helheim's architecture rather than its transient population." "Are they still aware?" Atreus asked, studying a nearby figure. A woman with her hand extended, as if reaching for something just beyond her grasp, her features preserved in an expression of desperate longing. "In some fashion," Mimir replied, his tone suggesting uncomfortable familiarity with the concept. "Awareness in Helheim exists on a spectrum rather than in binary terms. These souls likely experience something between dreaming and waking, fragments of memory and sensation without true consciousness." Kratos surveyed the courtyard with practiced assessment, identifying potential pathways through the frozen figures toward what appeared to be an inner chamber visible at the enclosure's center. The structure there stood partially intact despite evident age, a circular building with a domed roof now partially collapsed, allowing Helheim's eerie blue-green light to illuminate its interior. "There," he determined, gesturing toward the central structure. That would be the logical location for the relic. As they moved carefully between the frozen figures, the whispered voices grew marginally more distinct, though individual words remained elusive. The effect was disorienting. Snippets of conversation, fragments of lament, occasional bursts of emotion conveyed through tone rather than language. Most disturbing was how these sounds seemed to shift location continuously, as if the speakers moved around them despite the courtyard's frozen inhabitants remaining immobile. "The court was designed for consultation," Mimir explained. "The Vanir who established this place created conditions where the recently deceased could speak more freely than elsewhere in Helheim. The voices we hear are echoes, remnants of conversations long concluded, yet somehow preserved in the courtyard's unique atmosphere." Their progress toward the central chamber proved more challenging than initially anticipated. Though no traditional obstacles barred their path, the courtyard's floor revealed treacherous properties as they advanced. Certain tiles shifted slightly underfoot, while others remained solid. The pattern seemed deliberately irregular, requiring careful testing before committing weight to each step. Halfway across the courtyard, a particular voice separated itself from the general murmur, not through volume, but through clarity. Unlike the indistinct whispers that formed the acoustic background, this voice spoke recognizable words, though its source remained invisible. "Visitors walk among us," it observed, the tone neither welcoming nor hostile, but carrying a quality of weary resignation. "Living flesh and warm blood, where only cold memory should tread." Kratos halted, scanning their surroundings for any sign of movement among the frozen figures. Nothing visibly shifted, yet the voice continued. "The courtyard receives few travelers in recent times. The old ways of consultation have fallen into disuse. Even the gods themselves have forgotten the proper observances. We seek the relic of resonant warmth," Mimir responded, apparently determining that engagement presented less risk than silence. "Our purpose is not intrusion, but necessity." A sound like distant, brittle laughter drifted across the courtyard. "Necessity. Always the justification for disturbance. Though you speak truth, I sense no malice in your purpose, only determined need." The voice seemed to relocate, now emanating from somewhere ahead of them, near a particularly elaborate frozen figure positioned beside a cracked fountain. Unlike most of the courtyard's inhabitants, this form appeared to have been captured in a moment of deliberate repose rather than arrested action. Seated on the fountain's edge, in an attitude suggesting contemplation. "There," Atros said quietly, pointing toward the fountain. "I think that's who's speaking to us." As they approached with cautious steps, still mindful of the treacherous flooring, the figure came into clearer view. It represented an elderly woman dressed in elaborate robes, now stiffened with ice, her hands folded placidly in her lap, her features set in an expression of infinite patience. Unlike the other frozen forms, a subtle nimbus of pale light surrounded this figure, pulsating almost imperceptibly in rhythm with the words that continued to emerge from its vicinity. Was East." The voice introduced itself as they drew nearer. "Keeper of consultations in life, guardian of echoes in death. I maintain watch over the courtyard of lingering utterance, preserving what remains of its original purpose despite the realm's gradual transformation." They stopped a respectful distance from the seated figure, close enough for conversation, but maintaining space that acknowledged the unpredictable nature of Helheim's inhabitants. "You mentioned the relic," Eostra continued, "the warming stone as we called it in my time, created by Vanir artifice to pierce Helheim's perpetual chill, allowing clarity of communication between the recently departed and those who sought their counsel. We require its properties for different purpose," Kratos explained, his tone direct but not discourteous, "to address weakening boundaries between realms in Midgard." "An interesting application," Eostra responded after a contemplative pause. "The relic's ability to temporarily suspend certain fundamental aspects of a realm's nature might indeed prove useful for such work." She continued, "It resides within the central chamber, as you have surmised. However, accessing it presents certain complexity." "What manner of complexities?" Kratos asked, his patience evident despite the natural wariness that characterized his interactions with Helheim's denizens. The chamber responds to emotional resonance rather than physical strength, Erstrel explained. It was designed to admit only those who approached with appropriate internal disposition, neither excessive attachment to the living realm nor complete surrender to Helheim's numbing influence. A balanced perspective was required for the consultations to proceed productively. And how is this resonance evaluated? Mimir inquired. Through sound, came the response. The tiles leading to the chamber's entrance are attuned to voice. Those seeking entry must speak truth, not rehearsed facts or convenient narratives, but genuine acknowledgement of something they carry within. The courtyard evaluates sincerity, not content. Kratos' expression tightened almost imperceptibly at this information. Verbal revelation of internal truths had never been his preferred approach to any challenge. Yet before he could formulate a response, Atris spoke. "We have to tell secrets?" the boy asked, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension in his voice. "Not secrets, necessarily," Erstrud clarified. "Many secrets are trivial, while the most important truths are often known but unacknowledged. The courtyard seeks honest expression of something significant, something carried within that shapes one's path through existence." This explanation did little to improve Kratos' assessment of their situation. He studied the remaining distance to the central chamber, considering whether alternative approaches might bypass this requirement. The courtyard's design, however, offered no obvious alternatives. The path to the domed structure narrowed significantly in its final section, bordered by what appeared to be particularly unstable flooring that would likely collapse entirely if tested. "Is there no other way?" he asked finally, though the resignation in his tone suggested he already anticipated the answer. "The courtyard was constructed with single purpose," Erstrid confirmed. "Those who established its functions believed that wisdom gained without personal investment held little lasting value. The path cannot be circumvented without risking the relic itself. The chamber's stability depends upon the proper approach. The requirement seems reasonably aligned with our purpose, brother," Mimir offered. "The relic's function involves clarity of perception, breaking through Helheim's distorting influences. Perhaps demonstrating capacity for honest self-assessment simply confirms compatibility with the artifact's nature." "Very well," Kratos conceded finally. "How does this process function?" "Proceed to the tiled path leading directly to the chamber entrance," Iestro instructed. "Each segment requires voice," Truth offered without calculation or reservation. "The courtyard evaluates tone and intent as much as content. Insincerity causes instability. Genuine expression creates safe passage." With characteristic determination, Kratos moved toward the indicated path, Atreus following slightly behind. The final approach to the central chamber consisted of a straight walkway approximately 20 paces in length, its surface divided into distinct sections by slightly raised borders of stone. Unlike the rest of the courtyard's floor, these tiles remained remarkably clear of frost, their surfaces displaying intricate patterns that appeared to shift subtly as one's perspective changed. "I will go first," Kratos determined, though the decision required no verbalization. He would not ask Atreus to navigate unknown magical requirements before assessing their effect himself. He stepped onto the first tile with deliberate weight, testing its stability. Though the surface held firm, a subtle vibration traveled upward through his foot, spreading throughout his body with unusual sensation. Not painful, but distinctly intrusive, as if the tiles sought information through physical contact. "Speak," Eerstra's voice encouraged from behind them. offer what truth rises first to mind. Kratos stood motionless for several moments, internal resistance warring with practical necessity. Finally, drawing breath that crystallized before him in the frozen air, he spoke words that emerged unbidden from some deep reservoir of accumulated experience. "I carry the weight of actions that cannot be undone," he stated, voice low but clear. "Though time passes, their burden does not diminish." The tile beneath his feet responded immediately, a soft illumination spreading from the point of contact outward to encompass its entire surface. The light pulsed once, twice, then stabilized into steady glow that somehow suggested acceptance. "Continue," Easter instructed. "Each segment requires its own acknowledgement." With measured stride, Kratos advanced to the second tile. The same searching vibration traveled through him, perhaps more intensely than before. Again, he allowed words to emerge without excessive deliberation, understanding that calculated response would likely register as the insincerity Easter had warned against. "I fear that my path damages those who walk it alongside me," he stated, the admission carrying weight audible even in his normally controlled tone. The second tile illuminated like the first, its glow slightly different in color, warmer somehow, despite the pervasive cold that surrounded them. In this manner, Kratos proceeded along the path, each segment requiring verbal acknowledgement of some internal truth. Some came more easily than others, though none emerged without cost. "My anger is not merely response, but companion. I question whether guidance I offer leads toward wisdom or merely survival. I remember joy, but doubt my capacity to fully experience it again." Each statement illuminated its corresponding tile, creating a pathway of light that extended progressively toward the chamber entrance. When Kratos finally reached the end, standing before the arched doorway that led into the domed structure, he turned back toward Atreus, who had watched this progression with uncharacteristic silence. "Your turn," he said simply, his expression neutral, despite the revealing nature of what had just transpired. Atreus nodded, approaching the beginning of the illuminated path with visible determination. Though younger, the boy had experienced enough in their journeys together to understand the value of directly confronting uncomfortable requirements rather than seeking avoidance. As he stepped onto the first tile, Atreus closed his eyes briefly, as if listening to something internal. When he spoke, his voice carried remarkable steadiness for one his age. "I worry that understanding my nature will change who I am before I've figured out who I want to be." The tile illuminated immediately, its glow subtly different from those activated by Kratos, perhaps reflecting distinctions in their essential natures or simply the variance between youth and age. Atreus continued along the path, each statement revealing aspects of his internal landscape with a directness that suggested he found this exercise less challenging than his father had, not because his truths carried less weight, but because verbal expression came more naturally to him. "Sometimes I'm afraid of disappointing my father, and sometimes I'm afraid of becoming too much like him. I miss my mother in ways I can't explain properly, especially when I learn new things I wish I could tell her about. I pretend to understand more than I do because I hate feeling unprepared. I wonder if the gods I'm related to would recognize anything of themselves in me, and I'm not sure if I want them to." By the time Atreus reached the final tile, both father and son stood before the chamber entrance, the entire path now illuminated behind them in varied hues that somehow corresponded to the nature of the truths offered. Where Kratos' statements had produced deeper blues and purples, Atreus's had generated greens and occasional flashes of gold. different in manifestation but equal in their apparent acceptance by the courtyard's mysterious evaluation. The chamber entrance, previously sealed by what had appeared to be solid ice, now showed evidence of thawing, droplets of water trickling down its surface as the barrier gradually dissolved in response to their completed passage along the truth-responsive path. "Well done," Erstra's voice commented from behind them, carrying what seemed like genuine approval. Few approached the consultation chamber with such forthright acknowledgement. Most attempt to navigate the path with half-truths or calculated revelations, resulting in unstable passage or outright rejection. As the ice barrier completed its dissolution, the entrance stood open before them, revealing the chamber's interior. Unlike the courtyard where Helheim's perpetual twilight created consistent if dim illumination, the inner chamber appeared curiously dark, with visibility limited to a small area just beyond the threshold. "What awaits within?" Kratos asked, instinctive caution reasserting itself now that the path's unusual requirements had been satisfied. "The chamber contains only the relic itself," Erstro assured them. "No guardians, no additional trials. The path you have completed represents the sole protection deemed necessary by those who established this place. They believed that any who could navigate it with honesty deserved access to the consultation process and its facilitating artifact." Despite this reassurance, Kratos entered with characteristic vigilance, gesturing for Attiris to remain slightly behind him as they passed through the arched entrance. As they crossed the threshold, illumination bloomed within the chamber, not from any visible source, but as if the air itself generated soft radiance in response to their presence. The space revealed itself as circular, perhaps 30 paces in diameter, its walls constructed of the same dark stone as the courtyard, but here inlaid with intricate patterns of lighter material that created overlapping designs suggesting tree branches or perhaps flowing water. The domed ceiling, partially collapsed as observed from outside, admitted slanting beams of Helheim's blue-green light that intersected with the chamber's internal illumination to create areas of complex, shifting color. At the precise center of the circular floor stood a raised platform of white stone, upon which rested a single object, a spherical artifact approximately the size of two closed fists held together. Even from the entrance, its unusual properties were immediately apparent. Unlike everything else in Helheim, which exhibited some degree of frost or ice accumulation, the sphere appeared completely clear of such effects. Moreover, it generated visible warmth, a gentle rippling of the air around it suggestive of heat haze, though confined to a small radius rather than extending throughout the chamber. "The relic of resonant warmth," Mimir confirmed as they approached the central platform. "Its appearance matches descriptions from the most reliable accounts. Created through combined effort of Vanir magical technique and materials sourced from Muspelheim, a rare collaboration between realms typically considered oppositional. As they drew nearer, additional details became visible. The relic's surface consisted of material similar to amber but deeper in color, its translucent outer layer revealing complex internal structures, resembling frozen flames or perhaps sound waves captured in physical form. Occasional pulses of golden light traveled through these internal patterns, suggesting contained energy rather than inert matter. "How is it activated?" Kratos asked, studying the artifact with cautious interest. "According to the accounts, simple physical contact initiates its basic functions," Mimir explained. "More specific applications require particular intentions directed toward the relic while maintaining contact, but, for our purposes, the general warming effect should suffice to demonstrate its authentic nature." With characteristic directness, Kratos reached toward the sphere, his large hand hovering momentarily above its surface before making contact. The effect was immediate and unmistakable. Warmth flowed from the point of connection upward along his arm, spreading throughout his body with remarkable speed. Not merely physical heat, though that aspect was certainly present, but a warmth of perception that seemed to temporarily lift Helheim's pervasive influence of emotional numbness and distorted memory. The chamber itself responded to this activation, the patterns inlaid within its walls glowing more intensely, the ambient illumination brightening to create an environment markedly distinct from the realm that surrounded it. Most notably, the acoustics shifted dramatically. The whispering voices that had formed constant background throughout the courtyard suddenly gained clarity, as if a barrier between speaker and listener had been removed. Words and phrases became distinguishable among the previously indecipherable murmurs. Never had opportunity to explain why. Wish you could understand what prevented me from. Hoped you would remember the better moments, rather than... These fragments flowed around them like currents in an invisible river, none directed specifically toward them, yet all suddenly comprehensible, where before they had registered only as atmospheric disturbance. The voices, Atreus observed, turning slowly to track the shifting sources of sound. They are trying to communicate with people who aren't here anymore. The primary purpose of this place, Mimir confirmed quietly. The recently deceased often carry unresolved matters from their living existence. The courtyard was established to allow final communications. Explanations offered, apologies extended, guidance provided to those left behind. The relic enhances clarity in both directions, allowing the living to hear the dead more distinctly and the deceased to temporarily pierce through Helheim's disorienting effects. Kratos maintained contact with the relic, its warmth continuing to flow through him in gentle waves. Beyond the physical sensation, he noted more subtle effects, memories surfacing with unusual clarity, emotional responses normally held in careful check becoming temporarily more accessible. Not overwhelming or uncontrolled, but present in ways typically submerged beneath necessary focus on immediate concerns. This would serve our purpose, he determined finally. Careful assessment confirming Mimir's suggestion that the artifact could indeed assist with their boundary-strengthening efforts in Midgard. The relic's ability to temporarily suspend certain fundamental aspects of a realm's nature, in this case Helheim's pervasive cold and distorting influence, suggested potential application to weakened boundaries that had begun allowing bleed-through between worlds. He removed his hand from the sphere, the warming effect gradually subsiding, though not immediately disappearing. How do we transport it safely? He asked, practical considerations reasserting themselves now that the artifact's authenticity had been confirmed. Before Mimir could respond, Atreus stepped forward, his attention clearly caught by something besides the immediate question of transportation. "Can I try?" the boy asked, gesturing toward the relic with undisguised curiosity. Though initial impulse suggested refusal, unnecessary exposure to magical artifacts always carried potential risk. Kratos recognized the value in allowing Atreus direct experience when circumstances permitted reasonably controlled conditions. The boy's developing abilities frequently benefited from practical interaction, rather than merely observed demonstration. Briefly, he agreed, stepping aside to allow his son access to the central platform. Atreus approached with appropriate caution, despite obvious eagerness, extending his hand toward the amber sphere with careful deliberation. As his fingers made contact with its surface, his eyes widened slightly, reaction to the warming effect evident in his expression. "It feels Clear, he described, struggling slightly to articulate the sensation. Like when fog lifts suddenly and you can see much farther than before. This description aligned with their intended application for the artifact. Clarity amid confusion, definition where boundaries had begun to blur. The parallel suggested their effort to retrieve the relic would indeed prove worthwhile for addressing Midgard's increasingly concerning boundary deterioration. Unlike Kratos' controlled observation, however, Atreus appeared to engage more deeply with the artifact's secondary effects. The boy's head tilted slightly, his attention shifting from the physical object beneath his hand to the suddenly comprehensible voices that continued to flow around them. His expression reflected increasing focus on particular fragments among the many that filled the chamber. "Someone's calling," he said suddenly, voice dropped to near whisper. "Not to us, but it sounds familiar somehow." "Caution, boy," Kratos warned, recognizing potential danger in this development. "The voices are not meant for us. Their clarity is merely side effect of the relic's presence." Yet Atreus continued listening with evident concentration, his connection to the artifact seemingly intensifying rather than remaining at surface level. "It's not exactly calling," he clarified after another moment. "More like remembering something important about us." This peculiar distinction raised immediate concern. Random voices from Helheim's countless dead presented minimal threat beyond distraction, but specific recognition suggested targeted interaction. A significantly more problematic scenario, given the realm's fundamental nature and its inhabitants' often complicated relationship with the living. "Remove your hand," Kratos instructed, his tone making clear this was direction rather than suggestion. To his relief, Atreus complied immediately, though reluctance showed in his delayed physical movement. As contact with the relic broke, the boy blinked several times, as if returning from momentary disorientation. "It was Mother's voice," he said quietly, the statement landing between them with unexpected weight. "Not speaking to us now, but remembering conversations from before, thinking about things she wanted to tell us, but never had the chance to say." This claim required careful response. Helheim specialized in manipulative presentations involving emotional vulnerabilities, and invocation of Faye's memory represented particularly sensitive territory for both father and son. Yet Atreus had demonstrated unusual perceptual abilities since their journey began, including occasional insights that defied conventional explanation. "Perhaps," Kratos allowed, neither confirming nor dismissing the possibility outright. "But Helheim distorts, even when appearing to clarify. We must focus on our purpose here." This measured response seemed to satisfy Atreus, who nodded with relative equanimity, despite the significance of what he believed he had perceived. The boy's resilience continued to develop impressively, able to acknowledge emotional impact without becoming consumed by it. A balance Kratos himself had achieved only through centuries of difficult experience. "Regarding transportation," Mimir interjected, returning their attention to practical matters. "The accounts suggest the relic can be safely moved when contained within materials from its realm of origin. The platform upon which it rests appears constructed from Vanir stone, the same substance used for certain ceremonial structures in Vanaheim. A portion would likely serve as adequate containment vessel." Kratos examined the white stone platform, noting that its edge included decorative elements that extended slightly beyond the main structure, pieces that might be removed without compromising the central support that held the artifact itself. With careful application of strength, he broke free a curved section approximately the size of a small shield, its concave surface suitable for cradling the spherical relic. Before retrieving the artifacts, however, he turned toward the chamber entrance, where the illuminated path they had created still glowed across the courtyard beyond. "What of our departure?" he asked, directing the question toward the general vicinity rather than any specific location, assuming Estra's presence remained somewhere within hearing range. "Your path remains open," the keeper's voice confirmed, once again emanating from the direction of the frozen fountain figure. "The courtyard acknowledges your honest passage and legitimate purpose. The relic may be removed under these conditions, though its absence will be noted by those who maintain awareness of Helheim's significant artifact." This last observation carried subtle warning. Removal of anything from the realm of the dead rarely occurred without eventual consequences, regardless of justification. Yet their need was genuine and significant, potentially affecting stability across multiple realms, rather than serving merely personal objectives. With this final consideration addressed, Kratos lifted the relic from its position at the chamber's center, immediately placing it within the concave section of platform stone he had prepared. Though the warming effect diminished somewhat when the artifact no longer made direct contact with living flesh, it continued radiating gentle heat, even through its improvised container, a promising indication that its properties would remain active for their intended application in Midgard. "We have what we came for," he stated simply, securing the contained relic within a leather pouch designed for transporting delicate materials. "We should return without delay." Their departure from the chamber proceeded without incident, the illuminated path across the courtyard maintaining stable passage back toward the entrance archway through which they had initially arrived. As they walked, the whispering voices gradually returned to their previous state of indistinct murmuring, clarity fading with increasing distance from the activated relic. Before they reached the courtyard's outer boundary, however, Istrid's voice addressed them one final time. "What you carry serves purpose beyond its original design," the keeper observed. "Used wisely, it may indeed help stabilize weakening boundaries, but remember, all warmth eventually fades without continuous source. The relic's effect requires renewal, not merely initial application." "We understand its temporary nature," Mimid assured her. "Our intention involves strategic implementation rather than permanent solution." "Good," Ishra responded, satisfaction evident despite the disembodied nature of her communication. "Those who acknowledge limits demonstrate wisdom, those who seek permanence often lack." After a brief pause, she added, "The boy's perception was not entirely mistaken, though Helheim always filters truth through its own particular lens. Some echoes carry more authentic resonance than others, especially when connection existed during life." This cryptic addendum received no direct response from either Kratos or Atreus, though the latter's step momentarily faltered before resuming its previous rhythm. What might have been intended as clarification had instead introduced additional complexity. Acknowledgement that something genuine may have existed within what could otherwise be dismissed as manipulative illusion. They passed beneath the entrance archway, leaving the courtyard of lingering utterance behind as they began the journey that would eventually return them to Midgard. The path ahead would involve retracing their steps across Helheim's outer territories, then activating the realm gate that would allow transition back to more familiar surrounding. Yet the pouch secured at Kratos' side continued emitting gentle warmth throughout their return journey, its presence creating a small radius of exception to Helheim's otherwise inescapable influence. Within this limited sphere, memory retained unusual clarity, emotional responses maintained normal intensity, thought processes proceeded without the realm's typical interference. As they activated the realm gate, the familiar sensation of transition enveloped them. That momentary suspension between worlds where physical form seemed simultaneously dissolved and reconstituted, where consciousness briefly experienced the underlying connections that bound separate realms into coherent whole despite their apparent distinctions. The relic's warmth persisted even through this passage, a constant presence amid the disorienting flux of between-real travel. They emerged into Midgard's familiar atmosphere, dense forests surrounding the ancient stone structure that housed the realm gate, snow covering ground and branches alike as Fimbulwinter maintained its extended hold over the land. After Helheim's pervasive chill, even this winter landscape felt comparatively welcoming, the cold sharp but natural rather than supernaturally oppressive. "Home," Atreus said simply, his breath visible in the winter air yet somehow carrying relief despite the harsh conditions. "Yes," Kratos agreed, already orienting himself toward the path that would lead them to their cabin. "We should secure the relic properly before examining its application to the boundary weaknesses." The forest opened to reveal their cabin nestled against the hillside, smoke rising from its chimney suggesting that their absence had not extended long enough for the carefully banked fire to extinguish completely. This modest structure had gradually transformed from mere shelter to something approaching home, not through elaborate modification or expansion, but through accumulated experience within its walls. As they approached the entrance, Atreus paused briefly, glancing back toward the forest path they had traveled. "Do you think it was really her?" he asked, the question emerging without preamble, yet requiring no explanation given their shared experience. Kratos considered his response carefully, balancing honesty with appropriate caution. "I cannot say with certainty," he answered finally. "Helheim specializes in presenting what we most wish or fear to perceive, yet connection sometimes transcends ordinary boundaries, especially for those with abilities beyond common limitation." This measured assessment seemed to satisfy Atreus, who nodded thoughtfully before continuing toward the cabin entrance. The boy had grown increasingly comfortable with ambiguity, with acknowledging that certainty remained elusive regarding many aspects of their complex journey. Inside, the cabin's familiar interior welcomed them with relative warmth and established order. Once practical matters had been addressed, Kratos removed the relic from its improvised container, placing the amber sphere on the table that occupied the cabin's central space. Even in these surroundings, so different from Helheim's spectral environment, the artifact maintained its essential properties: gentle warmth radiating from its surface, internal patterns shifting with occasional pulses of golden light, sense of clarity extending outward in limited radius from its physical presence. "We should test its effect on boundary weakness before applying it to our most significant concern," he determined. Practical methodology superseding theoretical consideration. The minor deterioration near the eastern ridge would serve as appropriate test location, Mimir suggested. Significant enough to demonstrate effectiveness if present, yet isolated enough to minimize consequences if our application proves less successful than anticipated. "We'll proceed tomorrow at first light," Kratos decided, aware that proper implementation would require full attention and energy currently diminished by their journey through Helheim's draining environment. As evening deepened around their cabin, ordinary activities provided comforting counterpoint to the extraordinary nature of their recent expedition. Atreus tended to routine maintenance of his bow and quiver, while occasionally consulting texts that contained information potentially relevant to their planned boundary work. Mimir shared observations about historical precedents for similar interventions, though he acknowledged that circumstances identical to current conditions appeared absent from even his. As night deepened around their cabin, the relic of resonant warmth continued its gentle influence, not merely warming the air but bringing clarity to thought and memory. The frozen echoes of Helheim lingered in their minds, not as burden but as wisdom earned through difficult passage. Boundaries between realms, like those within souls, required both maintenance and selective permeability, a balance that their journey had taught them to navigate with increasing skill. Atreus shifted in his sleep, dreams perhaps carrying him back to the courtyard of lingering utterance, to those whispered voices that had seemed so familiar. Kratos watched his son's peaceful rest, recognizing the boy's growing comfort with ambiguity, with questions that had no single answer, with truths that remained partial despite earnest seeking. Their work with boundary stabilization would continue with morning's light, the relic providing temporary remedy to weaknesses between worlds. Yet Kratos knew from long experience that solutions rarely proved permanent in a universe where change represented the only true constant. New challenges would inevitably arise, new paths reveal themselves, new mysteries require exploration. Indeed, even as they slept safely within their cabin's sturdy walls, events unfolded elsewhere in the 9 realms that would soon intersect with their journey. In a forgotten corner of Midgard, where ancient magic had long ago established connections now fading from living memory, something stirred, neither fully alive nor truly dead, neither present nor absent, but suspended in the liminal space between existence and void. The bridge of the unforgotten awaited discovery, its weathered stones carrying memories older than the winter that now gripped the land. Those who had constructed this remarkable passage had understood something fundamental about the nature of remembrance, that being forgotten represented a second death, more permanent than the first, that preservation of identity beyond physical dissolution required anchors both material and immaterial. Soon, father and son would find themselves drawn toward this ancient monument, this pathway between recollection and oblivion. There, among the mist-shrouded arches where forgotten souls sought recognition, they would confront yet another aspect of their continuing journey, the power of memory to both preserve and distort, to offer both comfort and constraint, to serve as both blessing and burden. But that experience still awaited them, a chapter yet to unfold, as they rested beneath Midgard's star-filled winter sky. For now, the silence of snow-covered forests surrounded their shelter. The relic's gentle warmth created temporary exception to winter's pervasive chill, and dreams carried them toward morning's light and whatever new discoveries it might reveal. Join us next time as Kratos and Atreus encounter the Bridge of the Unforgotten, where ancient stones carry whispers of those who fade from memory, and where father and son must determine which connections deserve preservation and which must be allowed gentle dissolution into the mists of forgotten time. Helheim's perpetual twilight cast long shadows across the icy expanse. Frost-laden winds carried whispers through valleys of endless winter, where the dishonored dead wandered in eternal penance. Yet on this night, something unusual broke the realm's grim monotony. A faint blue-green luminescence that stretched across the horizon, emanating from the great bridge that spanned Helheim's central chasm. Kratos observed this phenomenon from their camp, his weathered features illuminated by the dying embers of their fire. The glow was subtle but unmistakable, a ribbon of gentle light cutting through Helheim's gloom. Nearby, Atreus stirred in his sleep, then opened his eyes, immediately sensing his father's alertness. "What is it?" the boy asked, sitting up and following Kratos' gaze toward the distant bridge. "The bridge," Kratos replied, his deep voice barely above a whisper. "It glows." Atreus rubbed sleep from his eyes and focused on the horizon. I've never seen it do that before. What do you think it means? From his position, secured at Kratos' belt, Mimir's enchanted head stirred to consciousness. Ah, a rare sight indeed, the severed head remarked. The bridge of the unforgotten reveals itself, perhaps once in a generation. The bridge of the unforgotten? Atreus echoed, curiosity fully awakening him now. I thought it was called Gyala Bru. Aye, that's its proper name, Mimir confirmed. But on certain nights, when the currents of memory run strong in Helheim, the bridge transforms. The unforgotten reveals itself to those with unresolved burdens. Quite the opportunity, if you ask me. Kratos' expression remained stoic, yet a subtle tension appeared in his jaw. Opportunity for what? For insight, brother, Mimir replied. The bridge offers a rare chance to glimpse what binds us to our past, to see clearly what we might need to acknowledge before truly moving forward. Silence fell between them as they contemplated the distant glow. Finally, Aertrees spoke. Should we go see it? He asked, already reaching for his bow. Kratos considered this for a long moment. Helheim was never a place to venture lightly, especially not toward mysterious phenomena. Yet something about the gentle quality of the light seemed to call to him. Not the harsh, demanding summons of enemies or gods, but a quieter invitation. Perhaps, too, he recognized the look in his son's eyes, that insatiable curiosity that reminded him so much of Faye. We will go, he decided finally, but we remain vigilant. Helheim's gifts rarely come without price. The walk toward the bridge was surprisingly peaceful, though Helheim's terrain typically presented countless dangers, from hostile revenants to treacherous ice formations. Their path remained clear. It was as if the realm itself had stilled, holding its breath, as the bridge continued its gentle illumination. As they approached, the true scale of Gyala Bru became apparent. The massive stone structure stretched across a chasm so vast that its opposite end disappeared into swirling mist. Runes older than any language Atreus had studied were carved into its supports, glowing faintly with the same blue-green light that emanated from the bridge's surface. Carved by the first builders, Mimir explained as he noticed Atreus studying the markings. Before even Odin gained dominion over death. These markings speak of passage, transition, and memory. Concepts fundamental to any realm of the dead. The base of the bridge was anchored in thick ice, yet as they drew closer, Kratos noted unusual details. Tiny crystalline flowers, impossibly delicate, had bloomed in the frost surrounding the bridge's entrance. They emitted the faintest chimes when the wind passed through them, creating a subtle melody that seemed both sorrowful and strangely comforting. Ice blossoms, Atreus whispered, crouching to examine them without touching. Mother told me about these. They only grow in places where many tears have fallen. Kratos said nothing, but his gaze lingered on the delicate formations. So many had wept here, at this threshold between life and final rest. He understood why. He himself had shed no tears upon entering Helheim. Not on this journey with his son, nor on his previous visit long ago, when Athena had sent him to confront the god of death. But he had carried the weight that brought others to weeping, the crushing pressure of deeds that could never be undone. As they approached the bridge's entrance, a subtle shift occurred in the air around them. The ever-present cold of Helheim remained, yet it lost its biting edge, becoming more like the clean chill of a winter morning, rather than the bone-deep freeze they had endured thus far. The bridge creates its own conditions, Mimir observed, a neutral territory of sorts. neither fully of Helheim nor separate from it. The first step onto the bridge's surface came with unexpected sensation, a gentle vibration that traveled up through the soles of their boots, almost like a greeting. The stone beneath them, ancient beyond reckoning, seemed to acknowledge their presence. Kratos' hand instinctively moved toward the axe at his back, but no threat manifested. "It's all right, Father," Atreus said quietly. I think it's meant to feel this way." Kratos nodded once, not fully relaxing, but allowing his hand to drop from his weapon. Together, they began their journey across the massive span, their figures small against the immensity of the structure and the void it crossed. The bridge stretched before them, its surface glowing with soft luminescence that illuminated their path without harshness. As they ventured further from shore, the swirling mists below became more visible. Unlike the opaque fog banks they had encountered elsewhere in Helheim, these vapors possessed a translucent quality, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of what lay beneath, vast, slowly moving currents where shadowy forms drifted in endless procession. "The River of Lamentations," Mimir said softly as he noticed both travelers gazing downward, where those who died without completing their life's purpose continue their journey. Atreus leaned slightly over the edge, careful to maintain his footing while peering into the depths. "There are so many of them," he whispered, "and they're singing?" Indeed, rising from below came a sound that defied simple description. Not quite music, not quite speech, but something between the two. Countless voices merged in a continuous flow of soft melody, expressing emotions too complex for words alone. "Not singing exactly, lad," Mimir corrected gently. "What you hear are lamentations. Expressions of what remained unfinished in their lives. Regrets, unfulfilled promises, words never spoken to loved ones." Kratos, who had been silently observing the flowing forms below, spoke unexpectedly. "They do not move on?" "They do, brother, but at their own pace," Mimir replied. "Some linger longer than others, especially those with particularly heavy burdens, or those whose stories ended abruptly. Eventually, all find their way to what comes next." Atreus' expression grew solemn as he continued watching the shifting forms. "It's sad, but not exactly frightening," he observed. "They don't seem to be suffering, just remembering." "A keen observation, lad," Mimir approved. "Helheim isn't a realm of punishment in the way some traditions envision the afterlife. It's a place of reckoning where each soul confronts the truth of their life before continuing onward." As they progressed further along the bridge, the lamentations from below grew more distinct. Though no individual voice could be clearly discerned, emotional themes became recognizable. Regret for harm caused to others, longing for reconciliation never achieved, grief for potentials never realized. These sentiments rose like mist from the river, creating an atmosphere thick with unresolved emotion. For travelers as attuned to their surroundings as Kratos and Atreus, this emotional current proved as tangible as physical weather. Atreus' steps slowed as particularly poignant waves of sentiment washed over them. Kratos' expression remained stoic, yet the set of his shoulders betrayed tension beyond mere vigilance. Approximately a third of the way across the massive span, they encountered the first of the bridge's anomalies. A section of the pathway ahead appeared to shimmer and distort, as if the very structure of the bridge was temporarily surrendering to memory rather than physical law. "Be cautious," Kratos warned, extending an arm to keep Atreus slightly behind him. "The bridge changes." "It's a memory pocket," Mimir explained. The bridge sometimes reflects the strongest emotions rising from below. Best to move through it steadily, neither rushing nor lingering. Kratos nodded and adjusted his pace. As they entered the shimmering section, the world around them subtly altered. The ambient sounds of Helheim, the distant howl of winds, the creaking of ice, faded, replaced by a deeper quiet, punctuated only by the soft rhythm of falling water. The bridge beneath their feet momentarily appeared to transform into a narrow mountain path, overlooking lush Greek valleys. The change was incomplete, more suggestion than manifestation, yet Kratos recognized this phantom landscape immediately. This route through Mount Parnassus had been part of his journey long ago, when he had still served the gods of Olympus without question. Atreus, sensitive to the shift in atmosphere and his father's subtle reaction, glanced around with concern. "Father, what is this place?" "Nothing," Kratos replied, his voice tighter than usual. "A memory not your burden to carry. Keep moving forward." Though clearly curious, Atreus respected his father's reticence and matched his pace. The phantom landscape lingered around them for several more steps, before dissolving back into the bridge's normal appearance, the memory pocket dissipating as quickly as it had formed. Once they had passed through, Atreus ventured a careful question. "Was that from your homeland?" Kratos walked several more steps before answering. "Yes, a path I traveled long ago." Was it a good memory or a bad one? Kratos considered this with surprising thoughtfulness. "Neither," he finally answered. "A moment before, much changed. Neither good nor bad in itself, but significant in what came after." This rare glimpse into his father's past satisfied Atreus enough that he didn't press further. Instead, he returned his attention to their surroundings, noting how the bridge's illumination had subtly intensified as they approached its center. The structure's midpoint was marked by a circular platform twice as wide as the bridge itself. As they stepped onto this expanded area, the luminescence concentrated into patterns beneath their feet, swirling designs that suggested the branches of Yggdrasil connecting the 9 realms. At the platform's center stood a simple stone column topped with a shallow basin. The reflection pool, Mimi identified the structure, a place where travelers can find clarity if they're willing to look. Atreus approached the basin with natural curiosity. Though it appeared empty at first glance, closer inspection revealed a thin layer of perfectly clear water, so still and transparent it was nearly invisible. The surface occasionally rippled without any apparent cause, tiny concentric circles spreading outward before settling again into perfect stillness. "What does it show?" he asked, careful not to touch the water. "Whatever needs seeing," Mimir replied. "Sometimes a memory, sometimes a truth, sometimes a possibility. It responds differently to each person." Kratos remained at the edge of the platform, his posture suggesting reluctance to approach the basin. Instead, his attention shifted toward the remainder of their journey, the bridge stretching onward into mist, its far end still obscured from view. "We should continue," he stated, clearly uncomfortable with lingering in this exposed position. Before they could move on, however, the air above the reflection pool began to shimmer. Light particles coalesced, gradually forming a translucent figure, neither fully corporeal nor entirely insubstantial. As the apparition stabilized, it revealed an elderly woman draped in layers of faded blue fabric. Her face, though lined with countless years, radiated a calm wisdom that softened Helheim's perpetual gloom. "Few travelers cross the bridge of the unforgotten by choice," she observed, her voice carrying the particular resonance of those long departed. Fewer still bring the living to witness its revelations. Kratos' hand moved to his axe, though he did not draw it. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Sigyn," the apparition replied. "Once wife to Loki, now guardian of this crossing. I observe those who pass between worlds of life and death." At the mention of Loki, a name connected to mysteries surrounding Atreus' own heritage, both travelers exchanged quick glances, yet neither raised this connection, instead focusing on the immediate situation. "We did not intend to disturb your watch," Kratos stated carefully. "We follow the bridge's calling, nothing more." Sigyn studied them with eyes that seemed to perceive far more than physical appearance. "The bridge does not call to those with no need of its wisdom," she noted. "It reveals itself only when the burden of the unforgotten grows too heavy for forward progress." "The unforgotten?" Atreus inquired. "You mean memories?" "More than mere memory," Sigyn corrected gently. "The unforgotten are those moments that shape us, actions and choices that continue to influence our path long after they occur. Some bring strength, others bring shadow. All require acknowledgement before true forward movement becomes possible." As she spoke, the platform beneath them trembled slightly. Not the violent quaking of danger, but a subtle vibration that suggested the bridge itself was responding to her words. Around them, the blue-green illumination intensified momentarily before settling back to its previous gentle glow. "The bridge grows restless," Sigyn observed. "It senses what you carry and offers a chance for unburdening." Kratos' expression darkened. "We did not come seeking absolution." "Nor does the bridge offer it," Sigyn replied with calm certainty. "Absolution comes from elsewhere. The bridge offers only clarity, a chance to see what we carry without distortion." She gestured toward the far end of the bridge, still obscured by swirling mist. "You may continue your crossing without pause. Many do. But those who take a moment at the reflection pool often find the remainder of their journey lighter." With these words, her form began to fade, transparency increasing until only the faintest outline remained. Before disappearing completely, she offered a final observation. "The greatest weight we carry is often that which we refuse to acknowledge." As her apparition dissolved into particles of light that settled into the reflection pool, silence returned to the platform. The bridge's gentle humming, a background sensation they had grown accustomed to, seemed to intensify subtly, as if inviting response to Sigyn's departed presence. Atreus looked between the pool and his father, clearly uncertain about how to proceed. Kratos remained motionless, his features set in the impassive mask he often wore when confronting matters he preferred to avoid. Yet something in his eyes, a distant quality that suggested internal struggle, betrayed deeper consideration than his outward stillness indicated. "Should we look in the pool?" Atreus finally ventured. Kratos did not immediately answer. Instead, he moved forward until he stood at the edge of the basin, gazing down at its still surface. The water remained clear and undisturbed, revealing nothing beyond ordinary reflection. "Such things are often traps," he stated finally. "Gods and spirits offer revelations only to manipulate. We continue our journey without their interference." He turned as if to leave, but Atreus remained by the pool, an unusual resolve in his young features. "Father," he said quietly, I think I need to look." Something in his son's tone caused Kratos to pause. Though protection remained his primary instinct, shielding Atreus from unnecessary spiritual entanglements, he recognized the boy's growing autonomy. Some lessons could not be imparted through instruction alone. Some wisdom required direct experience. After a moment's consideration, Kratos nodded once. Then look, but remain aware. Such visions can overwhelm if given too much power. Encouraged by this permission, Atios turned back to the reflection pool. As he leaned forward, the previously still water began to move, gentle ripples spreading outward from the center, though nothing had touched its surface. The clear liquid gradually took on a silvery quality, becoming reflective in a way that transcended ordinary physics. For several heartbeats, nothing happened beyond this transformation of the water itself. Then, slowly, images began to form in the pool's depths. Unlike ordinary reflections that would have shown Atreus' face looking downward, these images revealed a scene from memory. Atreus himself, younger and consumed by illness, lashing out at his father with words of accusation and hurt. The young archer's expression grew pained as he witnessed this difficult moment from the external perspective the pool provided. The vision continued, showing the aftermath of his outburst. The hurt his words had caused, visible in subtle ways he had not noticed at the time through his own anger and suffering. "I was cruel," Atreus whispered, his voice thick with regret. "When I was sick, and later in Jotunheim, I said terrible things." Kratos moved closer, not looking into the pool himself, but placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "You were a child in pain. There is no lasting harm." But Atreus continued to gaze into the water as the images shifted, showing other moments, smaller instances where impatience or frustration had led to unkindness. The pool did not shame or condemn, it simply showed truth without embellishment. "I've tried to be better," Atreus said quietly, "but sometimes I still feel that anger inside me, like it's waiting to come out again." Kratos' grip on his shoulder tightened slightly, not in reprimand, but in support. All feel such things. The choice lies in what we do with that feeling. Atreus nodded slowly, still watching the images in the water. "I need to remember these moments, don't I? Not to feel bad about them forever, but so I can recognize when those same feelings start again." "Yes," Kratos confirmed, something like approval warming his deep voice. "That is wisdom." Finally, Atreus straightened, taking a deep breath as he stepped back from the pool. The water's surface gradually settled back into perfect stillness, the visions fading until only clear liquid remained. "I think I understand what she meant," he said, glancing toward where Sigin's apparition had stood. "It's not about forgetting or being forgiven. It's about seeing clearly." Kratos nodded, studying his son with quiet pride at his insight. Then, somewhat unexpectedly, he moved toward the basin himself. Though his expression remained guarded, something in his posture had shifted. A subtle relaxation of his perpetual vigilance that suggested momentary acceptance rather than continued resistance. "I will look," he stated simply. As Kratos gazed into the reflection pool, the transformation occurred more rapidly than it had for Atreus. The water darkened, taking on a deep amber hue reminiscent of Sparta's sunsets. Images formed not as specific scenes, but as impressions, flashes of battles long past, faces of those lost, moments of choice that had altered the course of many lives beyond his own. Unlike Atreus, whose reactions had been openly visible, Kratos remained outwardly still as he confronted these reflections. Only the slightest tension in his jaw and a subtle change in his breathing indicated the weight of what he witnessed. The pool showed him not only actions taken in rage or vengeance, but quieter failures as well. Moments when fear of vulnerability had prevented connection, when mistrust had obscured potential understanding. Mimir and Atreus maintained respectful silence, recognizing the private nature of this reckoning. The atmosphere around them grew heavy with unspoken emotion as Kratos continued his silent communion with the pool's revelations. After what seemed a very long time, the water's surface suddenly stilled, the visions apparently complete. Kratos remained motionless for several more heartbeats before straightening to his full height. Though his expression revealed little, something had subtly changed in his bearing. Not lightness exactly, but perhaps a shift in how he carried his considerable burdens. "What we have seen is for ourselves alone," he stated finally, his tone making clear this was not a matter for discussion. "We continue our journey now." Atreus nodded, understanding his father's need for privacy concerning whatever the pool had revealed. Together, they moved away from the central platform, continuing their crossing along the bridge's remaining expanse. As they left the reflection pool behind, the quality of their journey subtly changed. The bridge beneath them maintained its gentle glow, but the vibrations that had accompanied their earlier steps diminished in intensity. The lamentations from the river below seemed to recede as well, becoming more distant and less distinct. "The bridge responds to what we carry," Mimir observed quietly. "It seems your time at the pool has altered how it perceives you both." Indeed, the areas of shimmering distortion that had appeared during their approach to the center now seemed less frequent and less intense. When they did encounter these memory pockets, the transitions felt smoother, less disorienting. It was as if having voluntarily confronted certain truths at the reflection pool had reduced the bridge's need to impose such confrontations during their crossing. After walking in companionable silence for some time, they noticed the mist ahead beginning to thin, revealing glimpses of the bridge's far terminus. Unlike the icy shore from which they had begun their journey, this destination appeared different. A simple stone archway, standing alone, not connected to any visible landmass. "The threshold of return," Mimir identified as they approached. "Not all who cross the Bridge of the Unforgotten are meant to continue into Helheim's depths. For some, the crossing itself is the journey, a passage through memory and acknowledgement that allows return to the world of the living with clearer purpose." As they drew closer to this archway, the bridge beneath them widened slightly, creating a small landing before the threshold itself. Here, the stone bore intricate carvings similar to those at the bridge's entrance, but with subtle differences. The runes spoke not of passage and transition, but of return and continuation. Just before they reached this final section, the bridge trembled more strongly than before. This time the vibration felt less like acknowledgement and more like warning. Kratos immediately braced himself, one arm extending to steady Atreus as the structure beneath them swayed momentarily. "The bridge tests us one final time," Mimir warned. "Stay centered and focused on what lies ahead." The trembling intensified briefly, then resolved into a rhythmic pattern, almost like heartbeats translated into stone. From the river far below, the lamentations swelled again, rising in a momentary chorus of emotion so powerful it manifested as visible waves of blue-green light that washed over the bridge's surface. For an instant, these waves threatened to overwhelm them, not physically, but emotionally. The combined weight of countless unfulfilled lives and unresolved journeys pressed against their consciousness, a final reminder of what awaited those who failed to acknowledge their paths. Kratos stood firm against this pressure, his expression set in determined focus. Beside him, Atreus swayed slightly but maintained his footing, one hand gripping his father's arm for stability. Together they weathered this final surge until, as suddenly as it had intensified, the pressure receded. The bridge's trembling subsided, returning to the gentle vibration that had accompanied most of their journey. "Well done," Mimir commended quietly. "The final threshold recognizes your rite of passage." With the test apparently passed, they proceeded to the landing before the archway. Here they paused to observe the threshold of return more closely. Unlike the ornate gates and portals they had encountered in other realms, this transition point possessed a stark simplicity. 2 upright stones supporting a single horizontal lintel, with no door or barrier between. Through the opening, nothing was visible but a soft grey mist that shifted continuously without revealing what lay beyond. "What happens when we cross?" Atreus asked, studying the seemingly ordinary archway with appropriate caution. "We return," Kratos stated simply, his confidence suggesting he somehow knew this with certainty. "Indeed," Mimir confirmed. "The threshold returns each traveler to where they most need to continue their journey. Not always where they began, but where their path truly leads forward." As they stood contemplating this final transition, a subtle change occurred in the air around them. The ever-present sounds of Helheim, the distant howling winds, the soft lamentations from below, gradually faded, replaced by profound silence. In this unexpected quiet, Kratos and Atreus found themselves more aware of their own presence, the sound of their breathing, the weight of their footsteps, the reality of their continued existence in this realm of the dead. "Before we passed through," Atreus said quietly, "I wanted to say thank you for bringing me here, even though you weren't sure about it." Kratos regarded his son with one of those rare looks that revealed more than his words typically allowed, a mixture of pride, concern, and deep connection. "Your instincts were correct. The bridge offered perspective." This acknowledgement, as close to open appreciation as Kratos typically ventured, brought a smile to Atreus' face. Together, they turned toward the threshold of return, ready for whatever transition awaited them beyond. As they approached the archway, the mist within its frame began to shift more actively, swirling patterns suggesting landscapes forming and dissolving before fully manifesting. Kratos paused just short of crossing, his hand moving to rest briefly on Atrari's shoulder, a gesture of both protection and solidarity before this final step of their unusual journey. Together, he stated simply, with this single word of affirmation, they stepped forward in unison, passing through the threshold of return. The mist enveloped them immediately. Not cold and damp as Helheim's typical atmosphere, but warm and somehow familiar, like stepping into a memory of home. For a brief, disorienting moment, all sense of direction vanished. They felt suspended in this gentle fog, neither moving nor stationary, as if the very concepts of space and time had temporarily surrendered their governing principles. Then, gradually, sensation returned. Solid ground beneath their feet, a cool breeze against their skin, the subtle sense of pine and snowmelt replacing Helheim's sterile chill. As the mist thinned around them, they found themselves standing in a forest clearing, not in Helheim at all, but back in Midgard, near the path that led toward their cabin. The twilight sky above showed familiar constellations rather than the alien heavens of the Death Realm. In the distance, the distinctive peak of the mountain rose against the horizon, its summit catching the last golden light of sunset. "We're home," Atreus said with mild surprise, looking around to confirm their location. "Or nearly so." Kratos surveyed their surroundings with careful attention, verifying their position and assessing for any potential threats. Finding none, he allowed a subtle relaxation of his vigilant posture. The threshold returned us to our path. Mimir, who had remained respectfully quiet during their final moments on the bridge, now spoke. The bridge of the unforgotten always completes its purpose thus, returning travelers to continue their journey with whatever clarity they've gained. As they oriented themselves and prepared to complete the short walk home, Atreus paused, gazing thoughtfully at the darkening sky. "Father," he began hesitantly, "do you think the bridge shows itself to everyone who needs it, or only to those who are ready to see what it offers?" Kratos considered this question with surprising thoroughness. "Perhaps both," he finally responded. "Some journeys cannot begin until we are prepared to face what they reveal." This philosophical observation, more expansive than his typically pragmatic statements, suggested that their experience on the Bridge of the Unforgotten had indeed provided the perspective Mimir had promised. Though neither traveler spoke further of what they had witnessed in the reflection pool, something in their shared silence communicated understanding beyond words. As they started walking toward home, the evening settled gently around them. Stars emerged in increasing numbers, their ancient light offering guidance much as the bridge's gentle illumination had done in Helheim. Their footsteps fell into natural rhythm, father and son moving forward together, carrying the weight of what they had witnessed, but perhaps, in some subtle way, carrying it differently than before. The Bridge of the Unforgotten faded back into myth behind them, existing now as memory rather than immediate experience. Yet its lessons remained, not as burden or obligation, but as quiet knowledge that would continue informing their ongoing journey long after this night's unusual detour had ended. In the distance, their cabin waited, humble shelter offering momentary respite before whatever challenges awaited them next. They walked toward this temporary haven with the measured pace of those who understood that true journeys involve not just physical distance, but emotional territory as well. Crossing bridges, both literal and figurative, as they continued forging their shared path forward. The forest enfolded them in familiar shadows as they walked the final distance home, their figures gradually disappearing among ancient pines. Above, stars continued their eternal procession across Midgard's night sky, bearing witness to countless journeys. Some epic in scale, others intimate in significance, all contributing to the intricate pattern of lives interconnected across the 9 realms. Somewhere in distant Helheim, the Bridge of the Unforgotten returned to its normal appearance, its brief illumination fading until needed by the next travelers burdened with unacknowledged weight. The river below continued its endless flow, carrying the lamentations of countless souls still seeking their own completion. And Sigyn, ancient guardian of this unusual crossing, resumed her patient watch, awaiting those who would eventually find their way to the bridge when the burden of the Unforgotten grew too heavy for forward progress. For Kratos and Atreus, that particular burden had shifted, if not entirely lifted, transformed through acknowledgement into something that could be carried with greater awareness. Their journey would continue beyond this night's experience, leading toward destinations yet unrevealed. But for now, they walked homewards through familiar woods, their path illuminated by both starlight from above and the subtle afterglow of insights gained while crossing between realms of life, death, and memory. The night deepened around them, peaceful in its ordinary progression from twilight to full darkness. No further otherworldly bridges appeared on the horizon, no additional spectral guardians emerged from mist. Just father and son walking together, carrying their respective burdens, with perhaps slightly different understanding than before. a quiet transformation, as subtle yet significant as the bridge's gentle glow had been against Helheim's eternal gloom. As they approached their cabin, Atreus noticed something unusual, a faint golden light flickering near their dwelling where no light should be. It wasn't the warm orange glow of their hearth fire, but something different, a gentle luminescence that reminded him of the bridge they had just crossed. "Father, look," he whispered, pointing toward the soft glow. Kratos narrowed his eyes, immediately alert. "Stay behind me," he commanded, his hand moving to the axe at his back. They approached cautiously, moving silently through the underbrush until their cabin came fully into view. There, hanging from the branch of an ancient pine near their door, was a lantern unlike any they had seen before. Its frame appeared to be crafted of intricately worked silver, with panels of amber-colored glass that emitted a warm, inviting light. The flame within seemed to flicker with unusual steadiness, unaffected by the night breeze that rustled through the surrounding trees. "It wasn't there when we left," Atreus observed, studying the mysterious object with curious eyes. Kratos circled the area, checking for signs of whoever might have placed the lantern there. Finding no immediate threat, he approached the hanging light with appropriate caution. As they drew closer, they could see delicate runes etched into the silver frame, ancient symbols of protection and remembrance that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The lantern swayed gently in the breeze, casting warm patterns of illumination across the ground beneath it. "Do you think it's a gift?" Atreus asked quietly. "Or perhaps a message?" Mimir, observing from his position at Kratos' belt, spoke thoughtfully. "That, lad, appears to be a lantern of remembrance, a rare artifact indeed. They're said to illuminate not just physical darkness, but pathways through memory itself." The lantern's light seemed to intensify slightly as they stood regarding it, as if acknowledging their presence or perhaps responding to their recent journey across the bridge of the unforgotten. Whatever message or purpose this mysterious object held, it seemed their next adventure would not wait long to reveal itself. In the gentle glow of the lantern, their previous journey across Helheim's bridge seemed not fully concluded, but rather connected to something continuing. One experience flowing naturally into the next, like tributaries joining a greater river of understanding that carried them forward into yet unrevealed territories of discovery. The mysterious lantern continued to hang outside their cabin door, its gentle amber glow undimmed by the passage of several days. Neither Kratos nor Atreus had touched it, both recognizing that objects appearing so unexpectedly often carried complexities beyond their immediate appearance. Yet its presence had affected them nonetheless, casting warm light across their threshold each evening, somehow making their dwelling feel more like home than it had since Faye's passing. "It wants us to take it somewhere," Atreus observed on the fifth morning, watching how the lantern's flame seemed to flicker toward a specific direction whenever they approached. "It's trying to show us something." Kratos, who had been splitting wood nearby, paused to study the object with narrowed eyes. He had initially suspected a trap or manipulation, as was often the case with unusual artifacts in the Nine Realms. Yet the lantern had maintained its benign presence, emitting nothing but gentle warmth and light. "Mimir," he finally said, turning to the animated head secured at his belt. "What more can you tell us of this lantern of remembrance?" Mimir's enchanted eyes brightened with interest. I've been pondering that very question, brother. The craftsmanship is unmistakable. Dwarven silver with Vanir enchantment, if I'm not mistaken. Such lanterns were once created to guide the living through places where the boundaries between realms grow thin. Like the Bridge of the Unforgotten? Atreus asked, immediately drawing connection to their recent journey. Similar in purpose, though different in application, Mimir explained. Where the bridge reveals what we carry within us, these lanterns illuminate paths not normally visible to living eyes. They're particularly associated with passages through Helheim, routes that allow the living to traverse the realm of the dead without succumbing to its despair. Kratos considered this information with appropriate caution. You believe it wishes us to return to Helheim. Not just Helheim, Mimir clarified. If legends hold true, this particular design, with amber glass and those specific runes, would be meant for the Catacombs of Remembrance, a section of Helheim rarely accessible to the living. Atreus's expression brightened with curiosity. What's in these catacombs? Souls in transition, Mimir replied. Those neither condemned to eternal suffering nor ready to fade completely. They dwell in a state of waiting, I suppose you might call it. Waiting for resolution or acceptance that would allow them to move on. This explanation brought thoughtful silence. Both travelers recognized the parallels to their experience on the Bridge of the Unforgotten. Another encounter with the complex boundaries between memory, regret, and forward movement. Why would such a lantern come to us? Kratos finally asked, his tone suggesting he already suspected the answer but wished confirmation. Mimir's expression grew solemn. Lanterns of remembrance don't appear by chance, brother. They manifest when someone in those catacombs has connection to the living. Someone whose transition depends, in some way, on interaction with those they left behind. Mother, Atreus whispered, hope and uncertainty mingling in his voice. I cannot say for certain, lad, Mimir answered gently, but the timing, appearing just after your experience on the Bridge of the Unforgotten, suggests your journey there may have created conditions for this connection. Kratos studied his son's face, recognizing both the yearning and the potential for disappointment such hope carried. Yet he also understood that some paths, once revealed, required following, if not for the destination they promised, then for the understanding gained through the journey itself. We will investigate, he decided finally, but with caution. Helheim's gifts always carry cost. Atreus nodded, his expression shifting from excitement to determined focus, a look increasingly reminiscent of his father's approach to necessary tasks. When do we leave? Tomorrow, Kratos answered, returning to his wood-splitting with renewed purpose. We prepare today. Helheim's cold requires proper provision. As night fell, they gathered supplies for their journey, additional layers of clothing to ward off Helheim's bitter cold, provisions that would sustain them in a realm where nothing grew, weapons maintained with fresh bindings and sharpened edges. Throughout these preparations, the lantern continued its gentle illumination outside their door, its light seeming to strengthen as their departure grew nearer. When morning arrived, Atreus approached the lantern with a sense of ceremony, carefully lifting it from its branch. The artifact weighed less than its elaborate metalwork suggested, feeling almost weightless in his hands. As he held it, the flame inside seemed to recognize his touch, growing slightly brighter while maintaining its gentle quality. It knows we're taking it home, he observed quietly. Kratos made no comment on this personification, but his lack of correction suggested partial agreement with the sentiment. Some objects in the Nine Realms did indeed possess awareness beyond mere enchantment, a truth he had encountered repeatedly throughout their journeys. With the lantern secured to Atreus's pack, they set out toward the nearest entrance to Helheim. Their path took them through familiar forests now touched by early autumn, leaves beginning their transition to gold and crimson. The contrast between Midgard's seasonal beauty and the eternal winter awaiting them in Helheim was not lost on either traveler, a reminder of the boundaries they would soon cross between the realms of the living and the dead. The transition into Helheim always carried shock, regardless of how well one prepared. One moment they were traveling through Midgard's autumn splendor, the next standing in a landscape of perpetual ice and gloom. The realm's bitter cold assaulted them immediately, a penetrating chill that sought any vulnerability in their layered clothing. Light the lantern, Mimir suggested, as they oriented themselves on a bleak plateau overlooking Helheim's expansive desolation. If it truly seeks the catacombs of remembrance, it should guide our way. Atreus removed the artifact from his pack, carefully opening its hinged door. The flame inside, which had maintained steady illumination throughout their journey, suddenly intensified as it made contact with Helheim's atmosphere. What had been a gentle amber glow transformed into a radiance that pushed back the realm's perpetual gloom for several meters in all directions. Most surprising was the warmth it generated, not merely light but actual heat that created a pocket of comfort around them in the midst of Helheim's bitter cold. "It's fighting back against Helheim," Atreus observed with wonder, "like it's clearing a space for us to exist here." Indeed, the lantern's influence seemed to extend beyond mere physical comfort. The crushing despair that typically accompanied any journey through the realm of the dead felt diminished within the artifact's radius, not entirely absent, but reduced to manageable levels that allowed clear thinking and purpose to prevail over hopelessness. Holding the lantern before him, Atreus slowly turned in a complete circle. When he faced northeast, toward a distant ridge of ice-covered mountains, the flame leaned noticeably in that direction, stretching toward its destination with evident purpose. "That way," he confirmed, pointing toward the ridge. Kratos nodded, adjusting his weapons before setting off in the indicated direction. The terrain before them was typical of Helheim's outer regions. Fields of ice interrupted by jutting stone formations, occasional ravines requiring careful navigation, all existing under a sky that knew neither true day nor complete night, but maintained eternal twilight. As they walked, the lantern continued providing both guidance and protection, its flame consistently oriented toward their destination, while its warmth and light created a traveling bubble of relative comfort around them. Even the wraiths and revenants that typically haunted Helheim's wastes seemed to avoid this illuminated zone, not fleeing in fear, but rather keeping respectful distance, as if recognizing the lantern's purpose and authority. "The dead remember these lanterns," Mimir observed as they noticed this pattern of avoidance. "They were created with the blessing of Hel herself, in the early days when the boundaries between realms were more frequently traversed. The proper spirits know not to interfere with their purpose." "And what of improper spirits?" Kratos asked, maintaining vigilance despite their apparent safe passage. "Those consumed by rage or torment might still intrude," Mimir acknowledged, "but they would find themselves at significant disadvantage within the lantern's influence. Its light reveals truth, difficult for entities sustained by delusion or denial." This explanation satisfied Kratos' concern for practical matters, without diminishing his habitual caution. They continued toward the distant ridge, the journey taking on the rhythm familiar from their many travels together. Kratos leading with measured stride, Atreus slightly behind with keen eyes observing their surroundings. Occasional observations shared when relevant, but largely comfortable silence maintained between them. As they approached the ridge, details previously obscured by distance began to resolve. What had appeared as uniform mountains revealed themselves as architectural structures incorporated into the natural formation. Massive doorways carved into the ice, elaborate staircases winding upward along the ridge's face. The outer threshold, Mimir identified as these features became clear. Entrance to Helheim's deeper territories, including the catacombs of remembrance. The lantern's flame grew more insistent as they neared these structures, stretching so eagerly toward them that it nearly touched the amber glass containing it. Its light, too, intensified, pushing back Helheim's gloom with greater strength, revealing intricate details of the carved ice that would have remained invisible in the realm's natural dimness. At the base of the ridge, they encountered the beginning of a vast staircase, each step twice the height of a normal stair, carved from ice so ancient it had acquired the hardness of stone. The steps ascended in a gentle spiral along the ridge face, leading toward the largest of the carved entrances, approximately halfway up the formation. Indeed were made for giants, Atreus observed, noting the scale of the architecture. Among others, Mimir confirmed. The catacombs were established in an earlier age, when beings of many kinds traveled more freely between realms. Jotnar, Aesir, Vanir, even mortals of exceptional circumstance, all had reason to visit these passages at times. With the lantern lighting their way, they began ascending the massive staircase. Despite the steps' intimidating size, they found the climb less arduous than expected. Whether through the lantern's influence or some property of the staircase itself, each step seemed to accommodate their effort perfectly, challenging enough to require attention, but never so difficult as to exhaust or endanger. As they climbed, the quality of Helheim's atmosphere gradually shifted. The bitter wind that constantly scoured the realm's outer territories diminished, replaced by profound stillness. The ambient temperature remained well below freezing, but the penetrating quality of the cold softened, becoming something that their clothing and the lantern's warmth could effectively counter without constant struggle. The threshold creates transition, Mimir explained as they noticed these changes, preparing visitors for the different conditions within the catacombs. What lies beyond requires certain adjustments of both body and perception. Approximately an hour into their ascent, they reached the massive entrance carved into the ridge. Up close, its scale proved even more impressive. An archway large enough to accommodate several frost giants standing abreast, elaborately carved with runes and imagery depicting transitions between states of being. Unlike many structures in Helheim that featured scenes of suffering or judgment, these carvings emphasized passage, transformation, and the cyclical nature of existence across the realms. The lantern's flame pointed decisively toward the darkness beyond this threshold, its light seemingly eager to illuminate what waited within. At the precise center of the archway, they paused, sensing the significance of this transition point between Helheim's outer territories and its deeper mysteries. Once we enter, Mimir cautioned, the usual rules of direction and passage may not apply consistently. The catacombs exist partially outside normal space, a necessary condition for their purpose. The lantern will guide us, but maintain awareness of your surroundings at all times. Kratos acknowledged this warning with a slight nod, while Atreus adjusted his grip on the lantern to ensure its light would project effectively into the darkness ahead. With appropriate caution but firm purpose, they stepped through the massive archway, crossing the threshold into the catacombs of remembrance. The transition was immediate and profound. The world around them shifted from Helheim's open, ice-covered landscapes to enclosed passages of worked stone. The air, which had been thin and bitingly cold, acquired new density and a different quality of coolness. Less aggressive, but somehow more present, as if laden with significance beyond mere temperature. Most notably, the light changed. Outside, Helheim's perpetual twilight had created a uniform dimness, occasionally interrupted by the blue glow of ice formations. Here, darkness prevailed, absolute and complete, except where the lantern's radiance pushed it back. Yet, this darkness felt different from ordinary absence of light. It seemed almost responsive, retreating from the lantern's influence with reluctance but respect, maintaining clear boundaries rather than gradually diminishing with distance. "The darkness remembers," Atreus whispered, somehow sensing this quality without fully understanding it. "Indeed, lad," Mimir confirmed softly. "In these halls, darkness isn't merely absence of light, but presence of memory, the accumulated recollections of countless souls who have passed through these chambers. The lantern doesn't just illuminate space, it illuminates history." This perspective gave new significance to the light they carried, as Atreus moved the lantern to illuminate their surroundings. They found themselves in a passage of impressive proportions, a corridor with ceilings so high it remained in darkness despite the lantern's glow. Walls lined with intricate carvings depicting figures in various states of transition. The floor beneath them, though solid stone, contained inlaid patterns of metal that occasionally caught the light, suggesting paths or currents flowing deeper into the complex. "Follow the patterns," Mimir suggested, noting how certain metal inlays glowed more brightly when the lantern's light touched them. "They'll lead to the sections of the catacombs most relevant to your lantern's purpose." With this guidance, they began their journey into the massive complex. The metal patterns indeed formed a coherent pathway, sometimes branching, but always maintaining one route that responded more actively to their lantern's light. This illuminated trail led them through a seemingly endless progression of halls and chambers, each with distinct character but unified purpose. Some spaces contained rows of alcoves carved into the walls, not sized for bodies as in mortal catacombs, but rather proportioned to hold objects, weapons, jewelry, tokens of various kinds. Many alcoves stood empty, while others contained items in various states of preservation or decay. Most curious were objects that seemed to exist between physical and ethereal states, partially visible when viewed directly, becoming more substantial when glimpsed from peripheral vision. "Memory objects," Mimir explained as they passed through one such chamber. "Physical items infused with significant recollection or emotion. When souls transition through these catacombs, they sometimes leave behind tokens representing attachments they've processed, but not forgotten." Other chambers featured elaborate mosaics covering floors and ceilings, images depicting not just Norse cosmology, but interconnections between all 9 realms. These illustrations showed pathways and relationships not represented in conventional understanding of Yggdrasil's structure, suggesting deeper connections between worlds than typically acknowledged. Throughout their exploration, the temperature continued its gradual moderation. Though never approaching warmth, the penetrating cold of Helheim softened to mere coolness within the catacomb's deeper chambers. This moderation seemed connected to increasing signs of habitation or purpose, areas where the darkness retreated more readily from their lantern's light, where the silence acquired subtle texture, suggesting recent passage. After traversing countless corridors and chambers, they entered a vast central space unlike any they had encountered thus far. Here, the ceiling soared to truly impressive height, supported by columns of ice and stone intertwined in impossible configurations. The floor descended in gentle tiers toward a central depression containing what appeared to be a frozen pool. Most striking were the countless small niches carved into every available surface: walls, columns, even the tiered steps, each sized to hold a small lantern similar to the one they carried. A few niches, perhaps one in several hundred, actually contained lanterns, their flames burning with various colors and intensities. Some glowed blue-white like the heart of a glacier, others warm gold like summer sunsets, still others with more unusual hues, suggesting purposes beyond ordinary illumination. Each occupied niche seemed to create its own sphere of influence within the chamber, pockets of altered atmosphere visible as subtle distortions in the air surrounding them. The Chamber of Waiting Lights, Mimir identified in hushed tones, heart of the catacombs of remembrance, where lanterns await reunion with those they've chosen to guide. As they stood absorbing the significance of this space, their own lantern's behavior changed noticeably. The flame, which had been stretching forward to guide their path, now moved in circular patterns as if searching the vast chamber. Its light, too, altered, projecting not just outward, but sending occasional beams towards specific areas of the room, like signals seeking response. "It's looking for its place," Atreus observed, allowing the lantern to guide his movements as he slowly descended the tiered steps toward the central pool. Kratos followed with careful attention, noting how the occupied niches reacted as they passed. Some flames brightening momentarily, others dimming as if in response to the newcomer's presence. Though no obvious threat presented itself, he maintained vigilance, appropriate to this clearly powerful location. As they approached the central depression, the frozen pool revealed its true nature. What had appeared as ice from a distance was actually crystal of extraordinary clarity, a surface so perfectly transparent it created the illusion of frozen water, while actually serving as window to a space below. Through this crystal floor they could see a chamber directly beneath them where ghostly figures moved in slow procession along pathways that mirrored the metal inlays they had followed through the upper catacombs. "The processional of transition," Mimir explained softly, "where souls navigate their remaining connections before moving beyond Helheim to whatever awaits them next." Atreus knelt beside this crystal surface, the lantern held close as he peered at the spectral figures below. "Are they trapped?" he asked with concern. "Not trapped, lad. Transitioning," Mimir corrected gently. "Unlike those condemned to Helheim's outer regions, these souls move freely but deliberately, each at the pace their journey requires. Some complete their passage quickly, others linger for what might seem centuries in mortal reckoning." As they observed this ghostly procession, their lantern's behavior grew increasingly focused. Its flame now pointed consistently toward one section of the crystal floor, where the spectral pathways converged in a pattern resembling Yggdrasil's roots. The light it cast took on new qualities as well, deepening in color from amber to gold, while projecting with greater intensity toward this specific area. Following this guidance, they moved around the crystal floor until reaching the indicated position. Here, directly beneath them, a single spectral figure had paused in the procession, looking upward as if aware of their presence above. Unlike the other ghostly forms whose features remained indistinct, this figure possessed clearer definition, still translucent but with recognizable shape and presence. As the lantern's light fell upon this waiting spirit, its features gradually resolved into a form both familiar and painful in its clarity. Though ghostly and partial, the face that gazed up at them through the crystal floor was unmistakable in its significance. "Mother," Atreus whispered, his voice catching on the word. Indeed, the spectral form below bore Faye's unmistakable countenance. not as they had last seen her in death, but as she had appeared in life's fullness. Her expression carried neither the peace of completion nor the anguish of entrapment, but rather expectant patience, the look of one who waits for necessary arrival before continuing an interrupted journey. Kratos moved closer, his typically guarded features showing rare vulnerability as he too recognized the spirit below. Though he maintained physical stillness, something in his bearing suggested momentary unsteadiness. Not weakness, but the particular disorientation that accompanies unexpected confrontation with profound loss. As they stood in wordless recognition, the lantern's purpose suddenly clarified. Its flame stretched downward toward Faye's waiting spirit, creating a connection between levels that transcended the crystal barrier. In response, the ghostly figure raised one hand toward them, not in supplication or farewell, but in acknowledgement of connection maintained across the boundaries separating their current existence. "The lantern bridges realms," Mimir explained quietly, allowing recognition without disruption, connection without interference. It creates space for final acknowledgements that might otherwise remain unexpressed. Understanding bloomed in Ethereus's expression as he held the lantern higher, strengthening its connection to his mother's spirit. That's why it came to us. She needed, to see us again before moving on. Kratos remained silent, but his gaze never left Faye's spectral form. Whatever thoughts or emotions this unexpected reunion generated remained private, visible only in the unusual quality of attention he directed toward the figure below, a focus devoid of his habitual strategic assessment, replaced by something both simpler and more complex in its humanity. As the lantern's light maintained this connection, the crystal floor between them began to respond, not cracking or weakening, but rather thinning in specific ways that allowed sound to pass between levels. Through this altered barrier came a voice familiar to both travelers, though transformed by its passage between states of existence. "You found your way," Faye's voice observed, carrying both warmth and distance in its ghostly timbre. "As I knew you would." Atreus knelt closer to the crystal surface, tears forming but not falling as he responded. "We followed the lantern. It led us to you." "The lantern follows connection, not direction," Faye explained, her spectral form now fully defined within the lantern's golden light. "It can only find what is already bound through memory and choice." Her gaze shifted between them, acknowledging both son and husband with equal recognition. "Your journey across the bridge of the unforgotten created opportunity for this meeting. What you both acknowledged there altered barriers between our current states." This reference to their recent experience confirmed Mimir's earlier suggestion of connection between these seemingly separate encounters. Atreus glanced toward his father, recognizing shared understanding of patterns emerging across their experiences, each step revealing previously invisible connections to paths both behind and ahead. "Are you waiting for something?" Atreus asked, returning his attention to his mother's spirit. "Is there something we need to do to help you?" Faye's expression softened into gentle correction. "Not waiting, transitioning. There is difference between being trapped and choosing one's pace of passage." Her spectral hand moved in a gesture encompassing the procession around her. "Some journeys require completion of connections before continuing. The lantern allows this completion without binding either to false hope or premature separation." As she spoke, her form seemed to gain momentary substance within the lantern's light, not returning to physical existence, but achieving unusual clarity for a spectral presence. This enhanced manifestation allowed them to perceive details otherwise lost to Death's transformation. The particular way she held herself, specific gestures accompanying her words, the unique quality of attention she had always brought to matters of significance. "I remain on my journey as you remain on yours," she continued, her voice gaining strength through the lantern's influence. "Neither ended, neither diminished by separation. The lantern allows us to acknowledge what continues beyond death's apparent boundary, connection maintained through choice rather than mere circumstance." This perspective, at once philosophical and deeply personal, resonated with insights they had gained on the Bridge of the Unforgotten. There, too, they had encountered the complex interplay between separation and continuation, between individual paths and shared journey. "Did you send the lantern to us?" Kratos asked, breaking his silence with this direct question. Faye's attention shifted fully to him, her spectral features showing recognition of the precise nature of his inquiry. Not merely about the lantern's origin, but about ongoing agency across death's boundary. "Not sent," she corrected with familiar precision. "Allowed. The lantern responds to mutual readiness. It cannot appear until both sides of separation are prepared for reconnection without reversal." This distinction carried significance beyond semantic precision. It acknowledged Kratos' habitual concern for manipulation or external control, while confirming that their current experience represented mutual choice rather than imposed intervention. "The lantern serves truth, not desire," Faye continued. "It illuminates what already exists between us, rather than creating false bridges or artificial extensions." As she spoke, subtle changes became visible in the procession around her. The other spectral figures, which had maintained steady movement along their respective paths, began adjusting their routes to flow around the connection established by the lantern's light. This adaptation suggested recognition of something significant occurring. Not interruption of the overall process, but accommodation of necessary completion within it. Observing these changes, Mimir offered quiet explanation. The processional recognizes genuine connection. It neither hastens nor delays for trivial reasons, but adjusts to incorporate meaningful completion when opportunity arises. This observation gave additional context to the rarity and significance of their current experience. What they witnessed represented not exception to natural order, but fulfillment of it. The proper completion of connections that transcended ordinary boundaries between life and afterlife. As this understanding settled between them, Faye's expression shifted towards something approaching closure. Not finality, but recognition of a particular phase reaching completion. "The lantern's purpose nears fulfillment," she noted, her gaze encompassing both travelers. "What needed acknowledgement has been recognized." "Wait," Atreus replied with sudden urgency, leaning closer to the crystal surface. "There's so much more to say, questions I need to ask, things I want to tell you about our journey since." Faye's spectral features showed profound understanding of this natural response. "The lantern doesn't serve extended conversation, but essential recognition. What matters most between us exists beyond specific words, in connections maintained through choice and memory." As she spoke, her form began to shift, not diminishing or fading, but rather gaining a particular quality of completion that suggested readiness for continuation. Around her, the processional pathways adjusted further, creating a new route that aligned with her emerging purpose. "Your journey continues, as does mine," she stated with calm certainty. "Neither ended by separation, both enriched by connection maintained across boundaries. The lantern illuminates this truth without creating false extension. Kratos, observing these changes with characteristic intensity, asked a final question. You move forward without constraint? The directness of this inquiry, focused on freedom rather than feeling, elicited a smile of recognition from Faye's spirit. She had always understood the particular concerns underlying his seemingly simple questions. By choice, not compulsion, she confirmed. My journey continues along paths I selected through life's decisions, now visible in ways previously obscured. What awaits beyond Helheim reflects truth rather than judgment, consequence of choice rather than imposition of verdict. This assurance addressed concerns central to Kratos' experience with afterlife realms across multiple mythologies. Unlike the manipulated rewards and punishments he had encountered in Greek Underworld, Faye described continuation based on authentic choice rather than external determination. As this final exchange completed, the lantern's behavior changed once more. Its flame, which had stretched downward to establish connection, now stabilized into perfect equilibrium, neither reaching nor retreating, but simply illuminating with steady radiance. The golden light it cast created a perfect sphere encompassing both levels of the catacomb, linking them without merging their separate realities. Within this balanced illumination, Faye's spirit achieved a moment of perfect clarity, neither returning to life nor fading into death, but existing in complete expression of her essential nature. This manifestation carried neither the limitations of physical existence nor the constraints of spectral form, but rather represented her unclouded presence across these typically separate states. Remember this moment, she suggested, her voice carrying unusual resonance through the lantern's influence. Not as farewell or reunion, but as recognition of what remains constant despite apparent separation. The lantern's flame flickered once, creating momentary intensification that illuminated not just Faye's spirit, but the entire processional chamber below. In this expanded light, countless other journeys became briefly visible, souls in various stages of transition, each following paths determined by their own choices and connections. This glimpse provided context for Faye's individual passage, showing it as part of broader movement rather than isolated experience. The lantern returns to its proper place once recognition completes, Faye explained, as the expanded illumination gradually contracted back to its previous focus. It remains here, maintaining connection without dependency, until my journey reaches its natural continuation beyond Helheim's boundaries. With these words, one of the countless empty niches in the chamber walls began to glow with soft golden light, a space precisely sized for their lantern, positioned where its illumination would maintain perfect alignment with Faye's position in the processional below. This niche, unlike the randomly scattered occupied positions they had observed earlier, seemed specifically placed to create ongoing connection without binding either party to artificial extension. Understanding this indication, Atreus slowly rose from his kneeling position beside the crystal floor. With careful reverence, he carried the lantern toward the glowing niche, each step deliberate and mindful of the connection still maintained through its light. "This isn't goodbye," he stated with quiet certainty as he approached the waiting position. "It's recognition of ongoing journey." Faye's spirit nodded in acknowledgement of this perspective, which reflected precisely the understanding the lantern had manifested to establish. As Atreus reached the glowing niche, he turned once more toward his mother's spectral form, allowing himself full recognition of both separation and connection, without attempting to deny either reality. With gentle precision, he placed the lantern in its designated position, Rather than diminishing their connection, this proper placement seemed to stabilize it, transforming momentary reunion into ongoing acknowledgement that required neither constant presence nor complete departure. The lantern's flame adjusted to its new location, maintaining steady illumination that continued linking the travelers above with Faye's spirit in the processional below. As this placement completed the lantern's purpose, subtle changes manifested throughout the chamber. The other occupied niches, which had responded variously to their passage earlier, now resumed their individual patterns of illumination, each maintaining unique connection to specific spirits in the processional below. Together, these scattered lights created complex networks of acknowledgement throughout the massive space, revealing the chamber's true purpose as ongoing bridge between separate but connected journeys. Faye's spirit, now established in proper relationship through the positioned lantern, began to show signs of continuation. The processional path near her glowed with soft light, indicating readiness for resumed journey. Yet this preparation for forward movement carried no sense of severance or finality, merely transition to the next phase of ongoing existence. Carry this recognition forward, she suggested as her form began to align with the waiting pathway, not as burden of what was lost, but as acknowledgement of what continued. With these words, she turned toward her illuminated route, taking the first steps of resumed journey. Yet, unlike the typical departures they had witnessed, where spirits faded from perception as they moved beyond immediate vicinity, Faye remained visible through the lantern's established connection. Though gradually diminishing with distance, her form maintained recognizable presence as she joined the processional's steady movement. Kratos and Atreus remained at the crystal floor's edge, watching this continuation without artificial extension or premature severance. The balanced perspective offered by the lantern allowed them to witness Faye's ongoing journey without attempting to delay it, acknowledging separation without surrendering connection. As she moved further along her chosen path, Faye turned once more in their direction. Though distance had reduced her spectral form to diminished scale, the lantern's connection allowed her final gesture to reach them with perfect clarity. Not farewell, but acknowledgement of parallel journeys, continuing across different realms of existence. Then she rounded a bend in the processional path, moving beyond direct line of sight while remaining connected through the lantern's established influence. This transition represented precisely the balance the artifact had manifested to create, neither artificial prolonging of completed phase nor premature severing of ongoing connection. As Faye's spirit passed from immediate view, the chamber's atmosphere subtly shifted. The occupied niches, including their recently placed lantern, adjusted their illumination to slightly lower intensity, not diminished in purpose, but transitioning from active establishment to steady maintenance. This modulation suggested the catacombs return to normal functioning after the significant event of new connection being established. Kratos and Atreus remained silent for several moments, absorbing the completion of this unexpected encounter. Unlike many of their experiences across the realms, this interaction had carried neither conflict nor urgent purpose, but rather quiet acknowledgement of truths typically obscured by the apparent finality of death. "Is she gone now?" Atreus finally asked, his question directed toward Mimi rather than requiring his father to address such emotionally complex matters. "Not gone, lad. Continuing," Mimir corrected gently. "The lantern maintains connection, even as physical proximity changes. Distance in the processional represents progression, not severance." This explanation aligned with what they had witnessed. Faye's departure carrying the quality of forward movement, rather than final separation. The lantern in its niche continued steady illumination, confirming ongoing connection despite her physical passage beyond immediate view. The lantern will remain here, Mimir continued, maintaining its particular bridge until no longer needed by either side of the connection. Some burn for days, others for centuries, each according to its own purpose and the journeys it connects. Kratos, who had remained characteristically silent throughout most of this experience, finally spoke. "It serves truth," he observed, echoing Faye's earlier description with evident approval. His tone suggested recognition of value in connection, maintained without dependency or artificial extension. "Indeed, brother," Mimir confirmed. "Neither false comfort nor harsh severance, but proper acknowledgement of what continues across apparent boundaries." With the lantern properly placed and its primary purpose fulfilled, they found themselves at natural conclusion of their journey into the catacombs. Though much remained unexplored in the vast complex, the specific task that had drawn them there had reached appropriate completion. "We should return," Kratos stated, his practical nature reasserting itself now that the lantern's essential purpose had been accomplished. Atreus nodded, though his gaze lingered on their lantern secure in its niche. "Will we be able to find this place again?" he asked, the question revealing desire for potential return, rather than fear of permanent separation. "Those who have established connection can always find their way back," Mimir assured him. "The catacombs remain accessible to those with legitimate purpose here." This assurance satisfied Atreus' concern, without creating false expectation of constant return. Like the lantern itself, the knowledge of how to reach this place would remain available when genuinely needed, without requiring regular visitation to maintain connection already established. With final glances toward their placed lantern, they began retracing their steps through the catacombs. The journey outward proved different from their entry, not in physical path, but in atmospheric quality. The darkness seemed less absolute, the silence less oppressive. Whether this change resulted from the lantern's influence spreading throughout the complex, or merely reflected their altered perception following such significant encounter, the effect remained the same. The catacombs felt less foreign, more navigable. The metal inlays that had guided their inward journey continued providing direction for their return, though with subtle differences. Where before the patterns had pulled them forward with urgency appropriate to unfulfilled purpose, now they merely illuminated the path with steady guidance. This shift suggested completion rather than abandonment, purpose fulfilled rather than interrupted. As they moved through the various chambers they had traversed earlier, both travelers maintained thoughtful silence. Unlike their typical return journeys marked by strategic planning or assessment of accomplished goals, this departure carried contemplative quality appropriate to their unusual experience. Neither victory nor defeat framed this outcome, but rather recognition of something both simpler and more profound, connection maintained across death's apparent boundary. Mimir, sensitive to this mood, refrained from unnecessary commentary. His vast knowledge of the 9 realms included understanding of when information served purpose and when quiet reflection better suited experience. Only when they approached the massive entrance through which they had initially entered did he offer practical observation. The lantern's protection likely diminished with its placement, he noted, as they neared the threshold between the catacombs and Helheim's outer territories. "We should prepare for the realm's full cold before crossing." This reminder prompted appropriate adjustments to their clothing and equipment, securing outer layers, checking fastenings, ensuring nothing would be compromised by Helheim's bitter conditions. With these preparations complete, they stepped through the massive archway, transitioning from the catacombs' enclosed spaces back to the open expanse of Helheim proper. The realm's bitter cold assaulted them immediately, confirming Mimir's warning about diminished protection. Without the lantern's warmth, Helheim's full hostility reasserted itself, penetrating chill seeking any vulnerability, oppressive gloom pressing against ordinary vision, weight of despair attempting to infiltrate consciousness. Yet having experienced the catacombs' particular perspective, both travelers found themselves somewhat more resistant to these effects. Not immune, but better equipped to recognize and counter their influence. The descent down the ice-carved staircase proceeded efficiently, each traveler focused on managing the treacherous conditions without the lantern's earlier assistance. By unspoken agreement, they maintained steady pace without excessive haste, acknowledging Helheim's dangers without surrendering to fear or discomfort that would increase risk through careless movement. When they reached level ground at the staircase's base, they paused briefly to survey their return route across Helheim's wastes. The path that had seemed relatively straightforward during their approach now presented greater challenge without the lantern's guidance and protection. Helheim's swirling mists had thickened during their time in the catacombs, obscuring landmarks they had used for navigation and potentially concealing hazards that would require careful avoidance. "A storm gathers," Kratos observed, noting the particular quality of Helheim's atmosphere. Not merely normal mist, but concentrated manifestation of the realm's inherent hostility toward living intruders. "Indeed," Mimir confirmed. "Helheim often responds thus when significant events disturb its equilibrium. Our interaction in the catacombs, while permitted, nonetheless created ripples through the realm's fabric." This explanation provided context for the changing conditions without suggesting direct targeting or specific malevolence. Helheim, like all realms, maintained certain natural balances, disturbance generating response proportional to significance, rather than intentional punishment or opposition. With this understanding, they set out across the wastes, navigating by Kratos' exceptional directional sense and Atreus' developing ability to read subtle signs within seemingly uniform landscape. Their progress, though steady, required greater effort and attention than their inward journey. Each step deliberately placed, each potential path carefully assessed before commitment. Despite these challenges, they maintained forward movement without significant delay. Perhaps influenced by their experience in the catacombs, both travelers displayed unusual patience with the difficult conditions, accepting necessary caution without frustration, acknowledging inevitable discomfort without complaint. This balanced approach served them well, allowing efficient progress despite Helheim's increasing hostility. Approximately halfway through their crossing of the wastes, they encountered direct manifestation of the realm's disturbance. A particularly dense section of mist ahead suddenly coalesced into more substantial form, not fully corporeal, but significantly more defined than ordinary vapor. This manifestation gradually shaped itself into vaguely humanoid figure, twice normal height, formed from swirling ice particles that constantly shifted without losing overall cohesion. A guardian, Mimir identified with appropriate urgency, Helheim's automatic response to significant disturbance, not precisely hostile, but definitely territorial. This explanation proved accurate, as the massive figure made no immediate aggressive movement, instead positioning itself directly in their path, not attacking but clearly blocking their chosen route. Its features remained indistinct except for eyes formed from concentrated blue-white light that fixed upon them with evident assessment. Kratos' hand moved toward his axe with habitual readiness, but he paused before drawing the weapon. His considerable experience across multiple realms of existence had taught recognition of situations where combat represented appropriate response and where alternative approaches might better serve current purpose. It tests rather than threatens, he observed, studying the Guardian's positioning with tactical assessment honed through countless encounters. Perceptive, brother, Mimir confirmed. Guardians evaluate worthiness rather than simply opposing passage. They respond to demonstration of understanding rather than display of force. With this insight, Kratos slowly moved his hand away from his weapon, instead standing at relaxed readiness that acknowledged the Guardian's presence, without suggesting either aggression or submission. Beside him, Atreus followed his father's lead, maintaining calm attention without preparation for battle. For several moments, the tableau held, travelers and Guardian regarding each other across short distance, neither advancing nor retreating. Then, with deliberate movement, the massive figure extended one arm toward them, palm upward in unmistakable gesture of inquiry or expectation. It seeks evidence of legitimate passage, Mimir explained, something that demonstrates rightful participation in the realm's significant functions. Understanding bloomed in Atreya's expression. Reaching into his pack, he carefully withdrew a small object they had overlooked during their departure preparation. A token that had appeared in his bag as they left the Chamber of Waiting Lights. This item, a small disc of silver metal engraved with the same patterns that had decorated their lantern, had seemed minor detail at the time, but now revealed its purpose. Stepping forward with appropriate respect, but without fear, Atreus placed the token in the Guardian's massive extended palm. The metal disc, which had appeared ordinary in normal conditions, immediately responded to the Guardian's touch, glowing with the same amber light that had characterized their lantern's flame. The Guardian lifted this glowing token closer to its indistinct face, the blue-white light of its eyes seeming to read or assess the information contained within the small object. After brief examination, the massive figure inclined its head in what appeared to be acknowledgement or acceptance, then deliberately stepped aside from their path. As they cautiously proceeded past the Guardian, the massive figure gradually dissipated, not violently destroyed or banished, but rather returning to constituent elements now that its purpose had been fulfilled. The mist that had formed its body rejoined Helheim's general atmosphere, while the concentrated light of its eyes briefly lingered before dissolving into general illumination. A proper ending, Mimir observed as they continued their journey across the wastes. Neither conflict nor capitulation, but recognition of legitimate purpose fulfilled. This encounter represented perfect microcosm of their entire experience, with the Lantern of Remembrance challenge resolved not through force or domination, but through demonstration of appropriate understanding and participation in natural order. Like their interaction with Faye's spirit in the catacombs, this resolution emphasized harmony rather than victory, acceptance rather than conquest. The remainder of their journey through Helheim proceeded without further significant incident. The realm's mists gradually thinned as they approached the boundary with Midgard, the bitter cold slowly moderating as they neared transition to the living world. Even the oppressive atmosphere of despair that characterized Helheim seemed to release its grip more readily than usual, not because the realm had fundamentally changed, but perhaps because they approached it with slightly altered perspective following their catacombs experience. The actual transition back to Midgard carried the same disorienting quality as their entry to Helheim, but in reverse. One moment traversing frozen wasteland under perpetual twilight, the next standing amid autumn forest with late afternoon sun filtering through partially bare branches. The contrast between realms seemed even more pronounced after extended exposure to Helheim's monotonous conditions. Midgard's rich variety of sensation, almost overwhelming in its immediate impact. They paused briefly to reorient themselves to living world conditions, adjusting to higher temperature, removing unnecessary layers, allowing senses to recalibrate to Midgard's particular qualities. The forest around them continued its seasonal transition undisturbed by their otherworldly journey, leaves falling in gentle spirals, wildlife preparing for approaching winter, natural cycles proceeding with indifference to their temporary absence. The living world remains unchanged, Kratos observed, his tone suggesting neither approval nor disappointment, merely acknowledgement of expected outcome. As it should, Mimir confirmed. Our journey affected our understanding rather than external reality. Appropriate balance for interaction with the catacombs of remembrance. This perspective captured essential truth of their experience. Unlike many of their adventures across the realms, this journey had not involved quests to alter circumstances, defeat enemies, or retrieve powerful artifacts. Instead, it had focused on recognition and acknowledgement, internal shifts rather than external transformations. As they began walking toward home, Atreus finally broke the thoughtful silence that had characterized much of their return journey. "It wasn't what I expected," he admitted, his expression suggesting continued processing of their unusual experience. "What did you expect?" Kratos asked, genuine curiosity underlying his typically direct question. Haters considered this with appropriate thoroughness. "I thought seeing Mother again would feel more like having her back, or would hurt more when we had to leave." His brow furrowed with effort to articulate complex emotional response. But it wasn't really about getting her back or saying goodbye again. It was about seeing clearly. This tentative conclusion, framed as question rather than statement, invited confirmation or correction. Kratos considered his son's observation with unusual openness, weighing it against his own experience of their catacomb journey. "Yes," he finally confirmed, rare approval evident in his tone. Seeing what continues, rather than focusing on what ended. This simple validation clearly meant much to Atreus, who nodded with satisfaction at having captured something essential about their shared experience. The journey had indeed differed fundamentally from typical encounters with loss and separation, offering neither false comfort of imagined return nor harsh finality of complete severance, but rather balanced recognition of continuing connection across apparent boundaries. As they walked through Midgard's autumn landscape, the contrast between realms gradually settled into proper perspective. Helheim's eternal winter and the catacombs' timeless preservation both represented necessary aspects of existence, containing truths that complemented rather than contradicted Midgard's cycles of growth, change, and renewal. Their journey had not privileged one reality over another, but rather illuminated connections between apparently separate states. The remainder of their return to the cabin proceeded without incident, a peaceful trek through familiar territory that allowed integration of their unusual experience. By the time their dwelling came into view, early evening had arrived, golden sunset light casting long shadows across the clearing around their home. The scene appeared ordinary in its details, yet somehow freshly significant through perspective gained in their journey. Simple shelter representing not merely physical protection, but connection to meaningful continuity. Most notably, the place where the lantern of remembrance had hung now appeared neither empty nor lacking. Though the physical artifact remained in its proper niche within the catacombs, something of its influence seemed to linger in the space it had briefly occupied. not visible presence, but sense of connection maintained rather than severed. Mimir, observing both travelers as they regarded this significant absence, offered final perspective on their completed journey. The lantern's purpose was never to remain here, he noted quietly. Its value lay in establishing proper connection, rather than providing constant illumination. This observation captured essential truth about not just the lantern itself, but the entire experience it had facilitated. Their journey to the catacombs of remembrance had never aimed at permanent reunion or dramatic revelation, but rather at establishing balanced perspective on connections that transcended apparent separation without denying its reality. As night settled around their cabin, both travelers engaged in ordinary tasks with slightly altered awareness, not transformed by their journey, but perhaps incrementally shifted toward fuller recognition of continuity underlying apparent endings. Firewood stacked against approaching winter, provisions organized for efficient use, weapons maintained with habitual care. All represented not just practical necessity, but participation in ongoing cycles that connected past, present, and future through deliberate choice rather than mere circumstance. Later, as Atreus prepared for sleep while Kratos maintained customary watch, the boy posed final question about their unusual experience. Do you think we'll need to return there, to the catacombs? Kratos considered this with characteristic thoroughness, weighing practical likelihood against philosophical significance. Perhaps, he finally answered, not from necessity, but from choice, when recognition serves purpose rather than avoidance. This balanced perspective, neither dismissing potential return nor creating expectation of regular visitors, satisfied Atraba's concern without artificial resolution. Like the lantern itself, connection to the catacombs would remain available when genuinely needed, without requiring constant acknowledgement to maintain established truth. As night deepened around their dwelling, both travelers found rest appropriate to their nature. Atreus in actual sleep, Kratos in necessary vigilance that nonetheless allowed essential renewal. The journey completed that day settled into proper place within their ongoing experience, neither dominating awareness nor fading to insignificance, but rather contributing perspective that would continue informing their shared path forward. Outside, Midgard's autumn proceeded toward inevitable winter. Leaves falling, animals seeking shelter, the world preparing for temporary dormancy that precedes renewal. This natural cycle, viewed through perspective gained in their journey to the catacombs of remembrance, appeared not as ending, but as continuation, phase within larger pattern that connects apparent separations into meaningful continuity. Within the catacombs, far beneath Helheim's frozen surface, their lantern maintained steady illumination from its proper niche, connecting levels of existence without attempting to eliminate necessary boundaries between them. Its flame neither faded nor intensified, but rather sustained appropriate radiance for its particular purpose, acknowledging what continues across death's apparent finality without denying the reality of transition. And somewhere beyond immediate perception, Faye's journey continued along pathways selected through life's choices and death's transitions, neither ended by physical separation nor diminished by temporary distance. Like the lantern's flame, these connections remained active through deliberate acknowledgement rather than constant presence, truth recognized rather than reality altered. Together, these parallels completed the story begun with unexpected appearance of a mysterious light outside their door, not through dramatic climax or definitive conclusion, but through proper recognition of continuity underlying apparent endings. In this recognition resided perhaps the most valuable lesson offered by the Lantern of Remembrance. that completion need not require finality, that connection transcends proximity, that memory serves continuity rather than mere preservation when properly acknowledged. The descent into Helheim always brought a particular weight, a sensation beyond mere physical discomfort. It was the pressure of accumulated sorrow, of endings without resolution, of stories interrupted rather than concluded. Kratos had felt this burden before, during previous journeys to the realm of the dead, yet each visit seemed to present new facets of Helheim's perpetual desolation. This time, they sought the frozen shore, a place mentioned in fragments of lore they had discovered during their ongoing efforts to understand the connections between realms. Unlike their previous expeditions with clear objectives of recovery or confrontation, this journey required something rarer: patience. How much further? Atreus asked, his breath forming thick clouds in the frigid air as they made their way along a narrow path that wound between towering ice formations. The boy had grown noticeably since their first ventures into Helheim, his frame showing early signs of the strength he would one day possess, his movements displaying increasing confidence and coordination. "The path descends once more before we reach the shore," Kratos replied, his deep voice carrying just far enough to reach his son, without disturbing the unnatural stillness that surrounded them. "We should arrive before the phase change." The concept of day or night held little meaning in Helheim, where the sky maintained a perpetual twilight state, neither fully dark nor properly illuminated, but suspended in between like so much else in this realm. Yet the fragments they had discovered spoke of phases within this twilight, subtle shifts in Helheim's eternal gloom that apparently influenced conditions at the frozen shore they sought. "The tide recedes during the deepest phase," Mimir elaborated from his position at Kratos' belt. "According to the fragmentary accounts, the waters pull back to reveal what normally remains submerged. Physical artifacts sometimes, but more often impressions or echoes preserved in the frozen sand." They continued their descent in relative silence, each occupied with their own thoughts while remaining alert to their surroundings. Though Helheim presented fewer immediate threats than some realms they had traversed, its dangers tended toward the insidious, subtle influences that affected perception and judgment, that stirred memories best left undisturbed, that suggested possibilities too tempting to dismiss outright. The narrow path eventually opened onto a broader expanse, and they found themselves standing at the edge of what could only be the frozen shore. Before them stretched a vast beach of darkened sand interspersed with patches of ice, the granules appearing more like ash than ordinary shore material. The tide line was visible some distance ahead, where dull water lapped with unnatural slowness against the strand, each wave appearing to hesitate before reluctantly retreating. Beyond this shoreline extended Helheim's sea of mist, an expanse of water perpetually shrouded in thick fog that obscured vision beyond a few hundred yards offshore. Occasionally, shapes could be discerned moving within this mist, suggestions of vessels, perhaps, or larger entities that maintained their distance from land. "It looks lonely," Atreus observed, his voice quieter than usual, as if, even here, with no apparent listeners, he felt compelled to respect the profound silence that enveloped the shore. The observation was apt. Unlike other locations in Helheim, where the dead manifested in various forms and conditions, the frozen shore appeared largely uninhabited. No shades wandered its expanse, no howls or murmurs disturbed its hush. Only the gentle, almost reluctant movement of the water against sand provided any suggestion of animation to the otherwise static landscape. "The accounts suggest that this shore represents a boundary of sorts," Mimir explained, his scholarly tone somewhat subdued in response to their surroundings. "Not between realms in the conventional sense, but between states of being. Between memory and oblivion, perhaps, or between persistent identity and final dissolution. A fitting place for what we seek, Kratos noted, already assessing the shore for a suitable location to establish their vigil. The fragments they had discovered suggested that certain markers or signs might be revealed during the lowest tide, but only to those who observed the shore throughout the preceding phase shift. Not mere presence, but persistent witnessing. A vigil maintained from dusk within twilight until the deepest ebb of Helheim's strange waters. They made their way down to the beach proper, boots sinking slightly into the strange, ash-like sand that seemed to absorb sound as readily as it accepted physical impression. Though no obvious path marked the correct direction, Kratos noted subtle patterns in the ice formations that dotted the shore. Not random distributions, but deliberate placements that suggested intentional arrangement, despite their weathered condition. Following these unspoken guides, they proceeded along the shore until reaching a semicircular arrangement of ice pillars that formed a natural shelter of sorts against a low cliff face. The formation provided direct view of the water, while offering minimal protection from the perpetual chill wind that moved across the shore. Not enough for comfort, certainly, but sufficient to establish sustainable position for their extended observation. Here, Kratos determined, setting down the pack he had carried from Midgard. From within, he retrieved materials for a small fire, one of their few concessions to physical necessity during this vigil. The flames would provide minimal warmth at best, given Helheim's supernatural cold, but would serve as practical focus during the long hours ahead, and a psychological reminder of life's persistence, even within the realm of the dead. Atreus assisted with practiced efficiency, arranging stones in a circular pattern and setting kindling with the careful attention he applied to all survival skills. Once the fire was established, its flame burning with curious blue tint, as all fires did in Helheim, they settled into position for their vigil, facing the sea whose waters would eventually recede to reveal what they sought. "How long do we wait?" Atreus asked, arranging his cloak more securely against the pervasive chill. Though protected against ordinary cold by enchantments woven into their gear, Helheim's frigid atmosphere still penetrated gradually, like persistent whispers, eventually breaching determined silence. "Until completion," Kratos answered simply. Patience had never been his natural virtue, forged as he was through action and conflict rather than contemplation or restraint. Yet experience had taught him its value, particularly in circumstances where direct force proved ineffective or counterproductive. This vigil represented such a situation. No amount of strength or combat prowess would reveal what the receding tide might eventually disclose. As they settled into watchful stillness, the shore's profound silence seemed to deepen around them, becoming almost tangible presence rather than mere absence of sound. The gentle lapping of water against sand continued its hypnotic rhythm, each wave's retreat seeming to carry away some small measure of ordinary certainty and replace it with Helheim's peculiar ambiguity. Hours passed, marked only by subtle shifts in the quality of twilight that illuminated the beach. As Mimir had suggested, Helheim's perpetual gloom did indeed contain phases, not dramatic transitions between light and darkness, but nuanced changes in tone and temperature, in the texture of shadows cast by the ice formations, in the opacity of mist that hovered above the water. During this extended observation, Atreus occasionally rose to gather more fuel for their fire or to move along the shoreline within sight of their camp, his natural energy requiring some outlet despite the vigil's demands for stillness. During one such excursion, his attention was caught by something partially embedded in the sand near the current tide line. "Father," he called, voice quiet yet carrying clearly across the unnaturally still air. "There's something here." Kratos joined his son at the water's edge, where Atreus pointed toward what appeared to be a small figurine protruding from the dark sand. With careful movements, the boy excavated the object. A roughly carved wooden statue no larger than his palm, shaped into semblance of a ship with a single figure aboard. Though weathered by water and time, the craftsmanship remained evident in the detailed rendering of vessel and solitary sailor. A token of passage, Mimir observed as Atreya brushed remaining sand from the figurine's surface. In certain Nordic funeral traditions, such carvings were placed with the deceased, representations of the vessel that would carry them to their final destination. Finding one here, on the shore of Helheim's sea, suggests interrupted journey. Atreus studied the small carving with evident fascination, turning it carefully to examine details from different angles. The sailor looks at peace, he noted, indicating the figure's posture, standing upright at the vessel's prow, face turned toward unseen horizon, posture suggesting anticipation rather than resignation or fear. Perhaps he welcomed the journey's end, Kratos suggested, his tone revealing no judgment regarding such perspective. Among his many reconsiderations since becoming father, his understanding of death had perhaps evolved most significantly from viewing it primarily as tool or weapon to recognizing its complexity as transition whose meaning derived from many factors beyond mere physical cessation. After examining the figurine for several more moments, Atreus surprised his father by carefully returning it to the precise location where it had been discovered, pressing it gently back into the sand until it resumed its original position. "It belongs here," the boy explained in response to Kratos' questioning glance. "It's part of someone's journey. We shouldn't take it just because we can. This decision, simple act of respect for boundaries not physically enforced, confirmed continuing development of understanding that Kratos had hoped to nurture in his son. Strength made taking possible. Wisdom determined whether taking served proper purpose. The distinction represented lesson more valuable than any physical artifact they might have retained. They returned to their vigil position as Helheim's twilight continued its subtle progression toward deeper gloom. The fire's blue-tinged flames provided focal point around which their extended observation centered, its gentle movement contrasting with the shore's otherwise static presentation. Despite minimal practical warmth, the fire's presence offered psychological anchor amid surroundings designed to erode certainty and clarity. "I can see why the dead don't linger here," Atreus observed after extended silence, his gaze directed toward the misty expanse beyond the shoreline. "Even for Helheim, this place feels final." "Not final," Mimir corrected gently. "Transitional. The shore represents passage rather than destination, threshold between states rather than condition itself." This distinction prompted thoughtful silence as they continued their observation of the gradually changing shore. As Helheim's twilight deepened toward what might be considered its version of night, the mist above the water grew simultaneously thicker and more translucent, obscuring direct vision while occasionally allowing glimpses of what moved within its concealing embrace. "Ships," Atreus whispered, pointing toward indistinct shapes that momentarily became visible within the fog. The vessels, if indeed they were vessels rather than manifestations of some other nature, appeared as ghost-like suggestions rather than solid constructions, their outlines blurring and reforming as the mist shifted around them. Faint lights, like distant lanterns, seemed to mark their positions, bobbing gently before disappearing back into the obscuring haze. "The accounts speak of Naskip, ghost ships that traverse Helheim's waters," Mimir confirmed. "Neither fully material nor entirely insubstantial, they carry those souls who could not or would not complete their journey through conventional passages. Some believe they sail eternally. Others suggest they eventually find harbors invisible from shore. As the mist-shrouded vessels continued their slow, seemingly aimless movements beyond the shoreline, a truth's expression reflected intense concentration mixed with something approaching concern. "Are they trapped?" he asked finally. "The souls on those ships? Are they stuck between places forever?" The question represented continuing preoccupation with themes of resolution and completion that had characterized many of the boys' inquiries since their journey began. Natural response to Mother's death and subsequent discoveries about his own complicated heritage. What constituted proper conclusion to individual existence? What transformations might follow apparent ending? How did one navigate transitions between states of being when established maps proved inadequate or misleading? "Transition is not entrapment," Kratos responded after considering his son's question. "Movement between states may extend beyond expected duration without representing punishment or failure." This perspective, drawn from personal experience rather than abstract philosophy, seemed to address something specific in Atreus's concern. The boy nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on the distant ephemeral vessels. "So they're still becoming something else, still changing, not just stuck." "Indeed," Mimir contributed. "Many traditions view such extended transitions as necessary refinement rather than unfortunate delay. Opportunity to resolve what remained incomplete, to prepare more thoroughly for subsequent state, to release attachments that might otherwise persist inappropriately." These concepts settled between them as their vigil continued, philosophical considerations finding natural place within the shore's profound stillness. Unlike locations that demanded immediate response to physical threat, this environment encouraged reflection, not merely passive acceptance of whatever thoughts might arise, but active consideration of perspectives that daily necessities often obscured. As Helheim's version of night deepened around them, the tide began its predicted retreat. Not the dramatic withdrawal witnessed on ordinary shores, but subtle, almost reluctant recession that gradually exposed more of the beach's dark sand. The newly revealed areas glistened with unusual moisture that seemed resistant to freezing despite Helheim's pervasive cold, creating reflective surface that mirrored the twilight sky in distorted pattern. "It's starting," Atreus observed, rising to his feet to better observe the tide's gradual withdrawal. "Should we move closer to the water?" Kratos considered this suggestion briefly before nodding agreement. The fragments that had brought them to this location indicated that whatever might be revealed during lowest tide would appear within the area uncovered by receding waters. Closer observation seemed prudent, provided they maintained awareness of the tide's eventual return. They relocated to position near the current waterline, where each reluctant wave retreated slightly further than its predecessor, gradually exposing more of the strange, reflective sand. From this vantage, they noticed additional details previously obscured by distance. Patterns within the wet sand that resembled script or symbolic language, though too incomplete to interpret from partial exposure. Markings, Kratos identified, indicating areas where the patterns appeared most concentrated. Not footprints or natural formations. Deliberate communication, Mimir agreed, though whether created through physical inscription or manifested through Helheim's own processes remains unclear. As the tide continued its gradual withdrawal, more of these markings became visible. Lines and curves etched into the wet sand as if by careful hand, yet possessing quality that suggested formation through means other than ordinary physical contact. The overall pattern began to suggest circular arrangement with radial extensions, like stylized sun, or perhaps diagram, representing connections between related elements. It's a map, Atreus determined suddenly, his perspective shifting from examination of individual markings to recognition of overall design. Not of places exactly, but of journeys? Paths between realms? This interpretation aligned with the fragments that had initially directed them to the frozen shore. References to tides revealing passage and ways written in water's retreat. Not physical artifact as they had initially anticipated, but information, knowledge preserved in form, accessible only through patient observation of natural cycle within unnatural realm. As more of the design emerged from receding waters, Atreus retrieved a small journal from within his gear, a habit developed during their extended travels, recording observations and discoveries that might prove significant later. With practiced efficiency, he began sketching the pattern revealed in the sand, his natural artistic ability allowing accurate reproduction despite the complex arrangement. While the boy worked on this documentation, Kratos continued observing the shore itself, noting how the tide's retreat had begun revealing additional features beyond the inscribed patterns. Small objects embedded in the sand became visible as water receded. Not the wooden figurine they had discovered earlier, but items of different nature. Fragments of metal with unusual patina suggesting prolonged exposure to Helheim's environment. Shards of material resembling glass, yet possessing qualities that suggested different composition. Small stones with natural patterns that nonetheless conveyed impression of deliberate arrangement. Flotsam from the ghost ships, Mimir suggested, noting Kratos' attention to these scattered objects. Physical remnants of vessels that exist primarily beyond material realm. Fragments solid enough to be cast ashore when conditions permit. Unlike the wooden figurine, which had clearly represented deliberate funeral offering, these items appeared more incidental, not placed but discarded, not carrying specific symbolic significance, but deriving meaning from context and accumulation, collective evidence of passages beyond full comprehension. Physical confirmation of journeys primarily conducted in realms adjacent to, rather than identical with material existence. As Atreus completed his documentation of the emerging pattern, he looked up to find his father examining one of these shorecast fragments. A piece of metal approximately the size of 2 fingers placed side by side, its surface etched with markings similar to, but distinct from, the patterns revealed in the sand. "What is it?" the boy asked, moving to join his father's examination of the object. "Unknown," Kratos acknowledged, turning the fragment to reveal different aspects of its unusual surface, but connected to what we observe here. The markings share elements with the larger pattern. Mimir offered additional perspective, perhaps component rather than representation, physical fragment of mechanism or structure only partially manifested in material realm. The shore exists at intersection between states. What washes up here may originate in adjacent rather than identical reality. This concept, physical boundary between overlapping but distinct planes of existence, aligned with various phenomena they had encountered during their extended journeys. Realms separated by conventional understanding sometimes revealed unexpected connections. Points where supposedly impermeable barriers proved more permeable than generally believed. The frozen shore potentially represented such intersection, not merely physical location, but convergence point, where different aspects of reality became temporarily accessible to one another. Kratos returned the metal fragment to its position in the sand, following Atreus' earlier example regarding the wooden figurine. If these objects represented boundary markers or transition components, removing them might disrupt processes beyond their current understanding. Without specific purpose requiring such disruption, respect for established order seemed appropriate response. particularly in realm where consequences often manifested in unexpected and potentially problematic ways. Their attention returned to the pattern now fully revealed by the receded tide, a complex arrangement covering area approximately 20 paces in diameter, its intricate lines and curves creating impression of both map and mathematical formula, of artistic expression and technical schematic. Atreus continued adding details to his reproduction, occasionally circling particular elements that appeared especially significant or annotating sections with observations about apparent connections to known runic systems. "It shows paths," the boy explained as his documentation neared completion, "not just between physical locations but between states. Like Mimir said, transitions between different kinds of existence. Some lead outward, some inward, some seem to connect back to themselves in loops." This interpretation suggested potential significance beyond mere cartographic representation. If the pattern indeed depicted transitions between states of being rather than merely physical locations, it might offer insights relevant to various challenges they had encountered during their journey. Boundaries requiring reinforcement, passages needing restoration, connections suffering deterioration through misuse or neglect. As they studied the revealed pattern, Helheim's twilight shifted once again, not brightening toward daylight equivalent, but altering in quality toward what might be considered pre-dawn state within the realm's perpetual gloom. This change heralded the tide's eventual return, the water's gradual recession now reaching its maximum extent before beginning slow advance back toward its original position. "We should complete our documentation before the tide returns," Kratos advised, noting how the exposed sand near the pattern's outer edges had begun showing first signs of moisture that preceded water's actual return. A trio nodded agreement, making final additions to his sketch with focused concentration. The boy had developed impressive efficiency in such documentation activities. Outcome of necessity during their extended travels, where opportunities for recording significant observations sometimes proved as fleeting as the phenomena themselves. As the tide began its slow advance back up the beach, a new manifestation gradually emerged along the shoreline. Not physical objects washing ashore, but visual phenomena that appeared in the narrow margin between retreating sand and advancing water. Reflections formed in this liminal space, yet unlike ordinary mirror images, these appeared to depict scenes and figures not present on the shore itself. "Illusions?" Atreus questioned, his attention drawn to these apparitions that wavered and shifted with each gentle movement of returning water. "Memory impressions," Mimir suggested, his tone indicating familiarity with similar phenomena from historical accounts. "Helheim preserves experiences as well as souls. Moments of particular significance sometimes manifest visually during transitions between states. The boundary between exposed shore and returning tide creates conditions where such impressions become temporarily visible." The reflections indeed appeared to depict scenes rather than static images, brief vignettes showing individuals engaged in various activities, expressing different emotional states, interacting with environments unlike the shore where these impressions now manifested. Though details remained difficult to discern clearly, the general nature of these reflected moments suggested significant transitions, departures and reunions, endings. "Final memories," Kratos observed, recognizing pattern within the seemingly random collection of reflected experiences. "Moments preserved from threshold between life and death." This assessment aligned with the shore's apparent function as transition point rather than destination, boundary across which significant passage occurred where transformation from one state to another reached critical phase. What remained most vivid from such transitions would naturally orient toward moments of comparable significance, previous thresholds crossed, Earlier transformations experienced, prior passages navigated successfully or unsuccessfully. As the tide continued its gradual return up the beach, these reflected impressions shifted and changed with each advance of the water, new scenes replacing those previously visible. The effect created sense of witnessing condensed lives, not comprehensive records but selected highlights, significant moments extracted from longer continuities, experiences that shaped individual journeys across various thresholds, both literal and figurative. Atreus watched these manifesting memories with evident fascination, occasionally commenting on specific impressions that appeared with particular clarity. That one shows a farewell, someone leaving on a ship while others remain behind, and there, a welcome home after long absence. They're all about connection, separation and reunion, transitions, Mimir confirmed. Moments when existing conditions change significantly, when established patterns undergo disruption or transformation. Such experiences naturally acquire particular prominence in memory due to their disproportionate influence on subsequent developments. This conceptual framework, transitions as defining elements within extended continuity, offered perspective applicable beyond specific phenomena currently observed. Their own journey had been shaped by such transitions, from isolated existence to reluctant companionship, from concealed history to acknowledged heritage, from limited perspective to expanded understanding. Each threshold crossed had altered subsequent experience in ways both anticipated and unexpected, both welcome and challenging. As the tide continued its inexorable return, gradually covering the pattern inscribed in the sand and reducing space where memory impressions manifested, Atreus completed his documentation efforts and returned to their vigil position near the small fire. Kratos joined him there, both now watching the water's final approach from slight elevation that would remain above the tide's eventual crest. "Did we find what we came for?" Atreus asked as the last visible sections of the sand pattern disappeared beneath advancing water. Was it the map in the sand, or something else? The question reflected natural uncertainty regarding expedition whose objective had been described in relatively abstract terms. Observation of phenomena rather than acquisition of specific object, understanding of process rather than achievement of concrete goal. Success in such undertaking necessarily involved subjective assessment rather than binary determination. "We witnessed what the shore revealed," Kratos answered, this apparent simplicity containing recognition that significance might extend beyond immediate comprehension. Many discoveries throughout their journey had revealed their true importance only through subsequent application or reflection, initial understanding proving incomplete or occasionally misleading. "The pattern itself represents valuable knowledge," Mimir contributed, particularly given its depiction of transitions between states rather than merely physical locations. Such understanding may prove applicable to various challenges we continue to encounter. Weakened boundaries, deteriorating passages, connections requiring reinforcement or restoration. As Helheim's twilight shifted once again, suggesting transition toward what might be considered its daylight equivalent, they prepared for departure from the frozen shore. The vigil complete, the tide returned to its original position. They gathered their limited gear and ensured no trace of their presence remained beyond footprints that would soon vanish beneath next cycle's advance and retreat. Before leaving, Atreus took one final look across the shore toward the misty waters beyond, where ghost ships continued their perpetual passage through fog that alternately concealed and revealed their ethereal presence. "I think I understand why this place feels different from the rest of Helheim," he said. "It's not about punishment or regret or being stuck. It's about continuing." about still having somewhere to go even after everything else ends. This perspective, recognizing transition's value rather than merely end's finality, suggested development in the boys' understanding of concepts central to their journey since its beginning. Death represented conclusion to particular phase rather than absolute termination, ending that contained potential for subsequent beginning, transformation rather than mere cessation. Such comprehension offered context for processing personal loss without becoming defined or limited by its immediate impact. They departed the frozen shore along the same path that had brought them to its twilight expanse, ascending gradually from beach to cliff to winding trail that would eventually lead back toward Realm Transit Point. As physical distance increased between themselves and the shore, its peculiar stillness seemed to linger like memory of profound silence, briefly experienced amid predominant noise, subtle but persistent reminder of alternative to constant motion and sound. What they carried from this vigil included tangible documentation in form of Atreus's careful reproduction of the sand-inscribed pattern, but extended beyond physical record to incorporate less concrete acquisitions. Perspective regarding transitions as valuable components within continuous existence. Recognition of thresholds as opportunities for integration rather than merely disruptions to establish patterns. Appreciation for patience as methodology for accessing understanding not available through more active approaches. These insights, though perhaps less immediately applicable than specific combat technique or practical survival skill, nevertheless represented significant additions to developing framework that increasingly guided their navigation through complex circumstances. As journey progressed from initial straightforward mission to increasingly multidimensional exploration, such conceptual acquisitions proved as valuable as physical artifacts or enhanced capabilities, tools for understanding as well as doing, for interpreting as well as acting. The frozen shore receded behind them as they continued their ascent toward higher ground, its profound stillness and patient revelations gradually replaced by more familiar aspects of Helheim's oppressive environment. Yet something of the shore's unique perspective remained with them, awareness of continuity beyond apparent ending, of journey extending through transition rather than concluding at arbitrary boundary, of patient observation revealing what remained invisible to hurried perception. Such understanding would serve them well as they continued their broader exploration, not merely of geographical territories, with their varied challenges and opportunities, but of conceptual landscapes shaped by accumulated experience and developing comprehension. The solemn vigil at the frozen shore had offered glimpse into transition's nature and threshold's function, insights applicable far beyond specific location where they had been acquired, and perhaps most significantly, it had provided opportunity for father and son to share extended quiet observation, to experience mutual stillness without pressure toward immediate action or response, to witness gradual revelation rather than dramatic discovery, to practice patience as collaborative activity rather than merely individual discipline. Such shared experience, though less dramatic than cooperative combat or coordinated problem-solving, nevertheless contributed vital elements to their evolving relationship. As they approached the point where transition between realms would become possible, Atreus paused briefly to examine his documentation one final time, ensuring its accuracy and completeness before conditions of realm transit might affect physical record. The pattern's reproduction would eventually require translation and interpretation, connection to other knowledge they had gathered during extended journey, integration into developing understanding of how realms related and interacted across various boundaries, both physical and conceptual. "We have what we need," Kratos confirmed, acknowledging both the physical documentation and less tangible acquisitions from their completed vigil. The statement contained recognition that journey's value extended beyond immediate objective to incorporate process through which that objective had been pursued, not merely destination, but path, not simply acquisition, but understanding gained through methodology required for successful outcome. With this acknowledgement, they activated the mechanisms that would enable transition back to Midgard, departure from Helheim's perpetual twilight, and return to realm where light and darkness maintained more conventional separation, where physical laws operated with greater consistency, where existence proceeded through more familiar patterns of cause and effect. The solemn vigil completed, its revelations preserved in both tangible record and integrated understanding, they prepared for continuation of journey, whose ultimate destination remained partially obscured by future's uncertainty, while progressively illuminated by accumulating experience and developing comprehension. The frozen shore would remain in Helheim's twilight expanse, its tidal patterns continuing their gradual revelations whether witnessed or unobserved, its ghost ships navigating mist-shrouded waters on journeys without conventional conclusion. Yet elements of its profound stillness and patient disclosure would travel with those who had maintained proper vigil. Perspective carried beyond specific location, understanding applicable in contexts far removed from original acquisition, wisdom extracted from particular circumstance, but relevant to universal experience. Such was the nature of true learning, not merely accumulation of isolated facts, but integration of specific observations into comprehensive framework, not simply collection of separate skills, but development of adaptable methodology, not just acquisition of individual capabilities, but evolution of approach, applicable across varied challenges and opportunities. The solemn vigil at the frozen shore had offered such learning through its requirement for patient observation, its gradual revelations, its emphasis on transition rather than conclusion. Lessons carried forward as father and son continued journey whose significance extended beyond immediate objectives, to encompass transformation of those who undertook its winding path. And so our journey through the realms draws to a close for tonight. May Hypnos, god of sleep, watch over you as you drift through dreams of legendary proportions. If these tales of gods and monsters helped guide you to restful sleep, consider supporting our journey by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support gives me the strength to continue sharing these stories night after night. Remember, these videos play uninterrupted through the night, with no ads to disturb your slumber, just the soothing sounds of mythic realms to accompany your dreams. For those seeking passage to exclusive content, our Patreon offers early access to all videos and special playlists crafted to enhance your sleep. The link awaits in the description below. Until our next journey together, may your sleep be deep, your dreams be mighty, and your rest be undisturbed by the conflicts of gods and men. Sleep well, brave one.